2, 1. Good afternoon. Recognizing a quorum of commissioners, I call the September 22nd, 2023 meeting of the Cannabis Control Commission to order. This meeting is being held remotely pursuant to Chapter 22 of the Acts of 2022 and is being recorded. Commissioners Camargo, Stebbins, Roy, and myself are participating in today's meeting. All votes taken today will be by roll call. We have a full agenda today, and I will generally summarize. We'll be continuing discussions on draft regulations regarding municipal equity and marijuana establishment agent suitability. I anticipate this will be a live drafting session, and edits will be incorporated following discussions in order to be voted on. Once we have completed all sections, the commission will vote on final regulations and the changes we have made over the last several days, adopting these changes into the medical use of marijuana regulations and authorizing commission staff to file these regulations with the Secretary of State's office in time for publication mandated by the Chapter 180 deadline of November 9th, 2023. I will ask that commissioners wishing to comment or ask questions during any part of the meeting raise their hands to be recognized. I think recognizing the significance of this day, I will open it up to my fellow commissioners if they want to provide any opening comments. I will begin with Commissioner Camargo if you wish to add any opening comments. Okay, there's no. Commissioner Roy, Commissioner Stebbins. Okay, I see no opening comments. I will say this is a significant moment. We've been here the entire week. I want to thank everyone who's been here with us, both internally and externally, and I won't hold us up any further. So on that note, first off, so we have a Acting General Counsel, Andrew Carter. Will you please introduce the section for discussion on municipal equity, please?
Yes, thank you, if I may, Madam Chair. So as I understand where we left off yesterday, we were at 935 CMR 500 .181 sub 5, which reads equity standards for positively impacting communities that were disproportionately harmed by marijuana prohibition and enforcement. And if I may ask, Madam Chair, is it the board's desire that I read the particular section, or what is the board's preference?
You're on mute.
Of course, I'm muted. After we took a break yesterday, got some rest with a fresh mind, I developed some language that I want to introduce and propose to the commission for this section, because I think we all understood that it needs to be changed in a number of different ways. One, because subsection B, the section that speaks directly to licensees, is already incorporated in earlier points throughout our draft regulations. However, we still needed to develop those, essentially a positive impact plan requirement for municipalities. So I will drop my first draft so you can at least get an idea of what I propose. So what I've put into the draft is language that contains, it would amend A. This would be the new 5A, or essentially there will be no B, so it will be the new 5A. But it would read, a host community must develop a plan to positively impact one or more of the following communities. 1, past or present residents of the geographic areas of disproportionate impact, which have been defined by the Commission and identified in its guidance for identifying areas of disproportionate impact. The designation of these areas will be reevaluated periodically. 2, state designated economic empowerment priority applicants. 3, state designated social equity program participants. 4, Massachusetts residents who have past drug convictions. 5, Massachusetts residents with parents or spouses who have drug convictions. The last sentence says said plan, and what I essentially wanted to incorporate was saying that said plan shall be published and made available by municipalities on their website, the similar language that we have for host community agreements. But I wanted to start off with that language and have a discussion around what my fellow commissioners believe that there should be some tweaks, just overall comments. Commissioner Stebbins.
Thank you, Chair. I like this language, and I appreciate if there's consensus that we dropped the old A, because I really had a hard time with that.
Mm-hmm.
But I like this. I think it is setting a standard. I have two quick questions. One, is there a need, as we've talked about before, to incorporate the social equity business group as well, or we cover that because we mentioned both EE and social equity program participants? And I'm curious about 4 and 5, because I think that's something that I think back through the rest of the equity plan, this municipal equity piece, and I think it's an interesting piece, is that a community can make steps to help folks who might be residents of their town who have past drug convictions, or have residents within their town who a parent or a spouse has had a drug conviction. And that might alter their plan a little bit. So now everything we've talked about is citing a facility and how somebody would do that. This might lend itself to, I host a job fair with local cannabis licensees, so residents within my town can hear it. So I like this language. I'm just wondering if either in eventual guidance or something that we think through that this can be another component of that plan, which is more about residents, opportunities for jobs, than it might necessarily be about citing a business.
I think I agree with you, Commissioner Stebbins. And I think will be helpful too if I just provided some additional context. This language is what we require for our positive impact plans from licensees. So it's not reinventing the wheel. It's just creating the same standards and requirements for municipalities and host communities. And I see Director Potvin has turned on his camera, so I will ask Director Potvin if you have any comments.
I don't. I guess the only comment is just to, I guess, reconfirm your what you just said, Chair, is that those 5 populations are already established as areas of disproportionate impact by commission policy. And for licensees, when they're applicants and licensees, when they're developing their positive impact plan, they can pick one or more of those 5 groups to have a positive impact for. So having that same standard for municipalities makes sense.
Thank you, Dr. Potvin. I'm putting my head down, so if someone's raising their hand, let me know. I just want to put my head down because I need to get the language around making the plan accessible for the public. So I'm just looking for that language. I guess also if E.C. Lopez is available, I would welcome your opinion as well about the impact of this language. So I will ask you for any of your comments, E.C. Lopez.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Madam Chair and Commissioners.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
I agree with Director Potvin. I think when the way that I read the statute is when the legislature introduced language in Section 3D5 of the statute, they are the legislature specifically said that the commission shall promulgate regulations to establish minimal acceptable standards for host communities to promote and encourage full participation and to positively impact disproportionately harmed communities. And I read that to mean that the legislature was expecting that same expectation that the commission has put forth for licensees to also extend to municipalities. So I think it's reasonable to apply the same standard currently applied to licensees to municipalities.
Thank you, EC Lopez. Commissioner Roy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm proposing just adding language to the title of number 5, equity standards for positively impacting communities. How about equity standards for promoting and encouraging full participation and for positively impact? If we lift all the language from the statute.
I agree. I agree with you 100%. What of Commissioner Camargo and Commissioner Stebbins? Are you in, Commissioner Camargo?
Yeah, no, I agree with Commissioner Roy. That was something I was going to bring up because the title as it is now is a little confusing, and we want to make sure that that folks really understand what this is. So I agree. Thank you.
And if anyone else can find that language, it's the language that we've used around the host community agreement language, or is it? It's just the language that I want to kind of copy and paste the same idea about publicizing and making it available in a conspicuous location.
I believe that was right before, that was on page 76. On page 76. Oh, you're talking about
Maybe that is what I'm talking about.
I think it's also in the equity.
Oh, here we go.
line.
Thank you. That is 76.
Yep.
Okay. All right. So I'll add that. Up just to make sure I'm not missing a hand. Okay. So in its entirety, my proposed language would read: a host community must develop a plan to positively impact one or more of the following communities. 1, past or present residents of the geographic areas of disproportionate impact, which have been defined by the Commission and identified in its guidance for identifying areas of disproportionate impact. The designation of these areas will be reevaluated periodically. 2, state designated economic empowerment priority applicants. 3, state designated social equity program participants. 4, Massachusetts residents who have past drug convictions. 5, Massachusetts residents with parents or spouses who have drug convictions. A host community shall publicize said plan in a conspicuous location at its offices and on its website. Are there any questions about the language or comments? Commissioner Roy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Should we add a final sentence? Equity standards or goals should be specific and measurable.
Equity standards. Do you mind repeating it one more time?
Well, do we want to use the words goals or standards for alignment in the language? But equity standards should be specific and measurable.
I wonder if it should say equity plans or an equity.
Yeah, I just
plan.
didn't know the right word. Standard goal plan, or
Let me stop. I see Director Poppin and EC Lopez. I see their bubbles, so I will hold. I can tell they're thinking. Okay, Director Poppin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I did drop some language in the chat, which is modified slightly, but already exists in the Commission's regulations as it pertains to positive impact plans for applicants and licensees. That language is, again, going to the theme of consistency. The plan shall outline the goals, programs, and measurements the host community will pursue.
Commissioner Roy, what are your thoughts on that language?
Yeah, no, where my language came from, I lifted it from the guidance, and Director Potvin's lifting it from regulation. So probably makes sense for alignment to keep it lifted from regulation.
I think it's a great suggestion, and I agree. Okay. Are there any, Commissioner Camargo, Commissioner Stebbins, do you have any additional comments or questions? Acting General Counsel Carter?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. If I may, I would like to ask Manager Mercedes Erickson to make sure that we have captured the edits and the consensus of the board, and then we can move on to our next section if the body is in alignment.
Commissioner Roy?
I just have a question for edification, Madam Chair. So the language you propose is replacing A? What is it replacing?
It replaces A.
Okay, so, and we agreed that B is already in regulation, and what are we doing with B1? Because we don't want to hurt the social equity trust fund. And I think we kind of agreed that
the whole thing is stricken.
Oh. Okay.
So right now, the only thing in 5 is this language, would be this language. At least that's where we're leaving it as, unless, you have any recommendations that you, Commissioner Camargo?
Yeah, Commissioner Roy, you were looking at the same thing I was looking, and I got clarification, which is why I also wanted to change the title of this section, because it's for municipalities versus licensees. So that wouldn't make any sense. That's why I wanted to add the word municipality or something to the title, so it's very clear. But yeah, you were looking at the same thing I was looking.
Okay, thank you.
E.C. Lopez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a question. Will the commissioners be establishing criteria for donations to the Cannabis Social Equity Trust Fund?
No.
Okay. As long as I think I already put on the record yesterday our advice with respect to that. So understood. Thank you.
Wait, E.C. Lopez, do you mind refreshing our memory? So do you mind restating what your thoughts were around that?
Sure. So as mentioned yesterday, the statute does obligate the commission to promulgate regulations that establish criteria for licensees to donate to the Cannabis Social Equity Trust Fund. So that is part of the statutory obligation that the commission has.
So E.C. Lopez, that language is currently on page 32 of our hard copy. And that is why I was suggesting to remove it here in this location on page 78. So on page 32, on subsection A, is 11. So you'll see it says the marijuana establishment may satisfy this requirement in part by donating to the Cannabis Social Equity Trust Fund established, so on and so forth. So the reason why, at least I was in agreement to remove the language here on page 78, because I believe this language on page 32 satisfies that statutory requirement.
Okay, I would, if I may, Madam Chair.
Yes, please.
I would say that, so this language here speaks to exactly what the statute says, which is that licensees may satisfy their positive impact plan by donating, but it does not speak to the criteria established that would allow a licensee to be eligible to do that, or what criteria they would have to possess in order for them to make that donation. So I think there's a difference there that the board may want to contemplate.
Thank you, E.C. Lopez. Thank you for flagging that. Commissioner Roy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was going to say the same thing. Thank you, E.C. Lopez. do we dictate when they notify, like upon renewal, or, you know, when we get notified? Is that part of criteria that we can establish that they are donating? So they do it in their positive impact plans, and they should notify the commission upon renewal of any said, you know, could that be part of the criteria that we set when we get notified they're donating?
Director Potvin.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy, and thank you, Chair. Commissioner Roy, are you talking about notification of fulfilling a positive impact plan by a licensee or by a host community?
Yes, that's a good distinction.
So, but in this, if I may, if in the situation where they're the licensee is updating us as to their fulfilling or progress towards their goals in their positive impact plan, that is already an existing requirement under the renewal.
Commissioner Camargo.
Thank you. Would a criteria be also when they have commenced operation, when they have approval to commence operation?
Yeah, EC Lopez.
That could be an example of a criteria, because the specific language says criteria for allowing marijuana establishments and medical marijuana treatment centers to satisfy their positive impact plan by donating. So whatever, that's the kind of policy space that the board can explore, is you decide kind of under what circumstances can an ME or an MTC satisfy their PIP by applying to a trust fund. Is it that maybe perhaps the legislature is trying to be respectful of all of the positive impact plan work that the agency currently does in terms of, you know, holding licensees accountable to their positive impact plan goals, but maybe understanding that if all licensees can do this, then maybe all licensees will, and will chalk up positive impact just to trust fund donations rather than doing other actions or taking other actions to promote positive impact. That may have been one of the intentions behind this, but there is a permissibility expectation there in terms of the commission setting that criteria.
Commissioner Camargo.
Yes, thank you. In that case, I would like to recommend that we add that one of the criteria added is that they have commenced operation or approval for commenced operation.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Yeah, I would agree with that. If there's a way that we can open that sentence and say, upon to Commissioner Camargo's point, upon commenced operations, the marijuana establishment may satisfy the requirement. I think that's the simple criteria that we're establishing is, and we know from looking at renewals that sometimes folks say, hey, I haven't met my obligations yet because I haven't opened my doors yet. So they're only going to do this if they've opened their doors and they're generating cash. So I'd be comfortable with the loan criteria being upon commence operations, then you may donate.
So in that case, what I'm hearing is you would like for the existing language to remain for B1. And I'll read the language. B states, licensees may satisfy their positive impact plan requirement in part by donating to the Cannabis Social Equity Trust Fund. 1. A licensee must have authorization to commence operations to donate to the Cannabis Social Equity Trust Fund as part of their positive impact plan. Is what is that an accurate breakdown of what I'm hearing? Are you, Commissioner Stebbins and Commissioner Camargo, you would like that language to remain? Okay. Commissioner Roy, are you okay with that language remaining also?
I'd like to hear from Director Potvin. He had his hand up. Say what it.
Director Potvin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Now, if the commissioners are aligned, I have no comments.
I am curious, Director Potvin, what you have to offer for this.
What I was going to say is just it's based on the conversation earlier today that we wanted. I think there was some intention from certain commissioners that and I think what I'm hearing too, is that this section, this 181.5 applies to municipalities. But having this language in there about licensees under this section, I think still creates some confusion that was, I thought, like that still exists. I hear EC Lopez, and I concur with her. And if the body wants to adopt this policy, the language, the licensee must have commenced operations. The recommendation I would make is that it still gets stricken from 500-181.5 because that's just for municipalities, but that language gets stricken from there and moved to that page 32 in the application requirement, where that language already exists for applicants and licensees to include that or may include that as part of their plan. It could probably be added there as being more appropriate.
I wonder, Director Potvin, because I hear what you're saying, but I think the confusion can be rectified by the title of subsection 5.
Yep.
If we just clarify that, so, you know, I'm in agreement with my fellow commissioners about including the language, and then we can just go back to that title and make sure that it doesn't cause any confusion.
Yep, that might be a simpler solution than what I just recommended. So, but I think it's just that providing that clarity, but also having that criteria. So I agree.
Okay. Commissioner Stebbins.
Thank you, Chair. Question for EC Lopez. Our criteria for allowing this and meeting the obligations of the statute, or what we're obligated to do under Chapter 180, just establishing that one criteria of once you open your doors, then you can contribute. That should be enough back on page 32 to satisfy our obligations with the statute in this section.
Thank you for the question, Commissioner. Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes, please, EC Lopez.
I hate to be technical, but it's a good question, and criteria is plural. So I would prefer if the commissioners came up with another criterion. That would be my preferred. That would be my preferred approach as a matter of legal counsel. But of course, you know, one is better than nothing. But if you can come up with another one, that would be ideal.
Commissioner Roy.
Madam Chair, so you're proposing a new section? Is that what you said to Director Potvin? A new title?
A new title for section 5. That's all. It's the same section. We're saying that language would remain, but we would, so the title of 5 right now, it says equity standards for positivity, and well, maybe that title remains. But what I'm saying is that we can just make sure that title is aligned with what this section contains, so that there is not added confusion.
As opposed to moving it to the other section that Director Potvin, okay.
Are there, so we now, in light of EC Lopez's legal advice to us, Commissioner Stebbins.
Sure, thank you, Chair. EC Lopez, would it make sense for us as a second criteria to offer another time frame in which a licensee or a marijuana establishment could make a donation? So could we say upon commence operations or upon renewal of their first, their first annual license renewal? Would that satisfy meeting criteria? You can do it once you open your doors. You can do it at the time of your first annual renewal. I don't want us to start shooting off down some different lanes and keep it focused on some different time elements to allow somebody to make a contribution to the. If we have to have more than one, I'd rather see it around timing than anything else.
Director Potvin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Stebbins, thank you for your proposal there. Just from a process standpoint, renewals are attached to the annual renewal requirement is attached to when a provisional license is issued. So if that was a recommendation where it's their first annual renewal, I can see that conflicting with the first one that they have had to already commenced operations. So I see a potential conflict there. What could be a solution is if you still wanted to tie it to the renewal, maybe it's and the first renewal after they have commenced operations that would solve that conflict. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Potvin. I have another suggestion. I'll hold though. Commissioner Stebbins, I see your hand, so I will let you just add any additional comments you have as well.
Yeah, no, thank you, Chair, and I appreciate Director Potvin's ideas. Again, I'm happy with any language where it's you want to make, giving some flexibility to these small businesses to say, I want to contribute. If the criteria is I can contribute after I've opened my doors, I can contribute a year after I've opened my doors, I want to contribute every year for the first 5 years after I open my doors. As long as, I guess, we're creating two criteria, and I hear Director Potvin's point. Some establishments are going to have money as soon as they open their doors, their first week of sales, their first month of sales. They may feel more comfortable making a contribution at the end of that first year since they open their door. I know we're trying to satisfy two criteria at a minimum. I do like the idea around make the donation upon commence operations or a year, your year anniversary, 1 year anniversary of your commence operations, or 1 year from commence operations.
So the thing I was thinking about is there's an opportunity here to add an added criteria that also provides clarity. And that language in part, so you can satisfy a positive impact plan in part by contributing to the Social Equity Trust Fund. I wonder if the additional criteria would add clarity by stating that in order to contribute, you also need to have an additional aspect, an additional component to your positive impact plan. And of course, I'm saying what's in my mind, so I haven't crafted any language, but I think this is a good opportunity to make that very clear within our regulations that you can't just contribute and that satisfy the requirement. You still need to take the additional steps to provide another goal, another part of the plan. I see EC Lopez. EC Lopez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You read my mind. I was just going to ask the commissioners whether, because there's that in part, so the idea being that you can't just, mark a checkoff box next to your positive impact plan compliance by writing a check to the trust fund. That's where the legislature is going with this. So I guess my question would be to the board is, as a matter of policy, are there a certain minimum number of objectives that you would expect a licensee to pursue in addition to the positive impact plan, and what is that kind of composition that you as a matter of policy would be most would like to see? Is it you can donate to this, but you still must maintain at minimum 3 objectives or 3 to 5 objectives to promote positive impact? I, of course, defer to your expertise having reviewed these positive impact plans, but that might be an area to explore in terms of where you want to fall.
Thank you, EC Lopez. Commissioner Stebbins.
Thank you, Chair. Is my initial reaction to your thought, and I think it's a good one. I need a chance to kind of mull it over. My initial reaction is are we producing some type of a chilling effect on the option to give a contribution by requiring another component of the plan? Because they can already fulfill their obligations under a positive impact plan by doing two things. If we're telling them, if you contribute, that doesn't get you off the hook. You have to contribute and do something else. I see the worthy intentions of that, but I also might see a licensee shy away from making a contribution to the social equity trust fund and just confine themselves to two elements of a positive impact plan, which for them, one might make sense for their operation, but also, again, may kind of chill them about taking that extra step. I'm not sure if my point's coming across, but
I understand what you're saying. It's a balance, right? Because I understand what you're saying. However, that is the law. The law says that you cannot completely satisfy a positive impact plan simply by donating. That's where the in-part language comes from. And that's where my mind was. It's the fact that it will provide added clarity to the fact that that alone is not sufficient. But I hear that concern about that having an adverse impact. I just I guess maybe we can formulate this in a way that doesn't have that sort of chilling effect, but the reality is that's a part of Chapter 180.
Right.
Commissioner Camargo?
I just want to ask again a clarifying question. We have to have two criterias? It's a mandate to have two criterias?
PC Lopez. Oh, wait, sorry. I see Acting General Counsel Carter wishing to comment, please.
Yes, absolutely. Just to reiterate the point made by Councilor Lopez. So the word criteria is plural. So therefore, when we think about the legislative language before us, they did use plural as opposed to singular. So it would be legal advice, counsel that we follow the language as it's plainly written, meaning two criteria. But I also I thought Commissioner Stebbins' suggestions were very quite interesting, especially as it relates to an or. And I wonder if it does conflict with process, sort of the timing that Commissioner Stebbins identified. So I did think that was an interesting point. And then also Councilor Lopez's point about tying it to positive impact plans as currently construed, I thought was very interesting as well. So I think a few different areas for the board to contemplate.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Thank you, Chair. And now that I'm back in 180, I hear the point you're making in terms of for licensure in part by donating, meaning that can only be one piece of a licensee's positive impact plan. I think there's a way to satisfy this, but I'm thinking, try to segment the pieces out. One is the criteria for making a donation.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the second statement we're making here is that donation only gets you halfway to fulfilling your obligations in a positive impact plan. So maybe if we can set those two aside and try to figure out what the other two criteria might be, I think that might be a little clearer for the applicant or somebody as they're putting their positive impact plan together. But
so I just put some language in the chat, and I will not claim that that originated from me. This is from Kevin Gilnack from Massachusetts Equitable Opportunities Now, Mass Eon. It says a licensee shall satisfy the remainder of their PIP by meeting at least one additional criteria pursuant to 500/501.0403A, or with a satisfactory plan that shall outline the goals, programs, and measurements the marijuana establishment will pursue once licensed to positively impact their community in addition to donating to the Cannabis Social Equity Trust Fund. I put that here because I said, well, you know what, this is good language. So I will open it up to my fellow commissioners to some thoughts and input.
Chair, if I may.
Yes, Commissioner Camargo.
Yeah, it's, I was reading the same thing because there's emails coming in from all kinds of places. And I was reading the same thing. The suggestion is for 181.5B. And I'm a little confused though, because it's the licensee versus a municipality.
What? I'm sorry, say that one more time, Commissioner
So
Camargo.
we're still talking about section 5.
No.
Yes.
So his, the recommended language is licensee.
Right. 5B is for licensees.
Also, 5B would be for licensees.
Yes.
On here,
5A
okay.
is for municipalities / host communities. 5B is for licensees.
Oh, you see, earlier I said I read it as, okay. Earlier I read as the whole section would be for municipalities.
Yeah.
We've had so many
Yes.
twists and turns.
Okay.
So let me restate where we are now and
Yeah.
what we've landed on. So we've landed on maintaining 5 would speak to A, municipalities and host communities, and B, A is for the cities, B is for the licensees. B is a requirement because according to EC Lopez, we have to create a criteria in order for licensees to make that contribution to the Social Equity Trust Fund. So that's something that we need to cover based on the mandate. A is about municipal positive impact plans, essentially. Commissioner Camargo.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarification, because I think that's the confusion. I like this language as well. I'm curious what other folks think, but in terms of the licensee, I like this.
Okay, with a lot of hands. I think Commissioner Roy, and Stebbins, and Director Poppin. So Commissioner Roy.
Okay, this is a little creative one. Consumer education. Letter J is any other information required by the commission. Just a stretch, just throwing it out there, but it could be part of to look to, educate folks about the Cannabis, Equity Trust Fund. We have the authority. That could be another criteria that they just put it a little blurb in their consumer education. It's kind of out there, but just saying.
Do you mind just repeating it again?
Yeah, so in consumer education, section 140, letter J goes A through J, and letter J is any other information required by the commission. Now, it's a little bit out there, but we could require that licensees provide patients and consumers just 2 sentences about the Social Equity Trust Fund. I'm just saying it could be a criteria that we ask that they put it on their consumer education, but just throwing it out there because we seem a little stuck.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Sure. Thank you. And Commissioner Camargo, thank you for your question, because now I'm a little bit unclear. As it relates to 5 under municipal equity, I really would encourage us to keep that to requirements that we are placing on a municipality or a host community. I thought what we were intending to do was take the requirement we have to establish this criteria for a donation to the Cannabis Social Equity Trust Fund, in moving that back into the earlier section where it talks about fulfilling the obligation of a positive impact plan. So I'll say my piece on that. Now, moving to the language that
Commissioner Stebbins, can I pause you just to make sure?
Go ahead.
I'm understanding you. Your recommendation is essentially, Director Potvin's suggestion earlier, is to move the components that are relative to licensees. You want to move that to the earlier section 3 to page 32. That's what you're okay.
Yes.
All right. I understand. So what's the next thing?
So in with respect to the the language that you put into the chat, Madam Chair. I like that. I think that's getting to what you're looking to and what now I'm understanding how to read chapter 180 appropriately. I'm just wondering if there is if we're loading up on criteria that we add some language in there about they can make that contribution upon commence operations, because I think that's going to be the more reasonable opportunity for a marijuana establishment or a licensee to make a donation is after they have their doors open. That might be the next set of criteria. Like you've satisfied another goal in your positive impact plan, plus you want to make a donation, and we would invite that donation once you have opened your doors and you're making money. That way we're not putting anybody under a financial strain before they have any cash coming through the door.
So, Commissioner Stebbins.
Yes.
I'm following, and I believe I'm in agreement, but I want to make sure I'm in agreement. So what this section, the section for licensees, we would essentially maintain. So we're using the language that's here on 78 about a licensee having authorization to commence operations, to donate once they commence operations. And then the second criteria would be the language that's in the chat now. Is that a correct breakdown of what you are recommending?
I think what I'm suggesting is there should be no reference to a licensee's responsibilities on 78, because I strictly want to keep that to the municipality. And
I don't mean the page number. I'm just talking about the language. I'm just talking about the language. This will be on 32, but I just want to make sure I understand in terms of the language.
Okay, then I would take some of this existing language. Let me just look at it. License, in addition to donating to the cannabis, I would just simply add after trust fund, if we could, under after commence operations. At any time after commence operations.
Okay, so it would read, licensee may satisfy their positive impact plan requirement in part by donating to the Cannabis Social Equity Trust Fund by, say that one more. Can you say it in its entirety, please?
Sure. If you want, I can even type it in for everybody's benefit.
I see, Commissioner Roy. Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. So this would read, licensees may satisfy their positive impact plan requirement in part by donating to the Cannabis Social Equity Trust Fund upon or after their permission to commence operations. Or we can say authorization to commence operations.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that's one element. And then, so your suggestion is that language plus what?
Oh, I'm sorry. My suggestion was, I think it was, you mentioned Kevin Gilneck had authored the language you had dropped into the chat. I'm thinking putting that language in on page 32 and simply adding upon or after their authorization to commence operations after Cannabis Social Equity Trust Fund.
Okay. Commissioner Stebbins, can you state the entire statement?
Sure.
I want to make sure we're getting it right. And I know that Manager Erickson is trying to capture everything we're saying too. So I just want to make sure we're all aligned, please.
Give me a moment. And I always beat up on people for cutting and pasting, but that's what I'm doing here. Hang on.
It's okay.
Ooh, Commissioner Stebbins, cutting and pasting.
Well, okay, while you're doing that, Commissioner Roy's been super patient. Commissioner Roy, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So my only concern with the commence operations is when we approve a licensee provisionally and a final license, we always, part of our affirmative vote is an affirmation of their positive impact plan. And so what we're doing is we're adding more of an administrative burden. So we approve a positive impact plan for a provisional license and for, say, a final license, and then the 2 weeks later they commence operations. So now they have to redo their positive impact plan, because unless they put it once commence operation in their plan, but we're not allowing a provisional or a final. I think we're shutting off revenue sources. I just don't understand why we have to have commence operations. And maybe I'm missing something because it's voluntary. It doesn't have to be part of their positive impact plan. So we're not putting a financial burden on somebody's doors that haven't opened. Why are we shutting off revenue streams? I just think it's hurting the fund. I don't understand. They don't have to donate. So I just don't understand it.
Commissioner Stebbins.
I think if I can, again, my thoughts on this is Chapter 180 says lay out criteria if, or that would allow a marijuana establishment to contribute to the Cannabis Social Equity Trust Fund. We're charged with creating criteria to do that. And it just can't be I think, Commissioner, Chair, to your point, it can't be the standalone goal and strategy under your positive impact plan. This is us establishing criteria. They can, and if you ask me, in my opinion, they can write a check whenever they want to write a check. We just have to, as a body, establish some criteria. And again, from my reading of renewal applications, folks always say, I haven't made that donation yet because I haven't opened my doors and I have no money coming in the door. This gives them the option to do that then, but they could tell us in a positive impact plan at any point, we're going to make it tomorrow, we're going to make it next week. This is just saying, here's a criteria that we establish, but it doesn't necessarily have to be what they want to ascribe to or what they want to do.
EC Lopez.
So,
Madam Chair, just quickly, reinforcing kind of what Commissioner Stebbins was saying. So this provision is not stopping anyone from making a donation to the trust fund. Anyone can do that. Any licensee can do that. This is about whether or not the licensee can do that and get credit for that towards their positive impact plan compliance. So that's what you're setting the criteria for, is if a licensee wants to use this as a way of satisfying their PIP regulatory compliance obligations, kind of how they can be able to leverage that or utilize the donation to further that. So so it wouldn't be cutting off revenue streams necessarily. So it's about how they get credit for it as part of their PIP compliance.
But
Commissioner Roy brings up a good point though, because technically what we're saying here is that if a licensee made a donation prior to commence operations, we're saying
doesn't count.
We're sort of disincentivizing them to make that donation until they've commenced. So I understand that, because this if we're taking this language at face value, okay, you can make that donation, but if you did it before this point, it didn't give you any sort of credit towards your requirement at the commission. Commissioner Roy?
That's my words exactly. I was going to say it disincentivizes folks they're not getting credit for it. And why are we doing that? Just to check the box to say we established a criteria? That's all. Why are we disincentivizing donations and people to get credit for it just to check a box to say we established a criteria? Because that's what I'm hearing.
When should we? So I feel like this might be it might be less complicated. So commence operations might be too late. what if it was at provisional licensure? If it was at, so maybe that's something that we can tweak. Commissioner Camargo and then Commissioner Stebbins.
Thank you. I hear what you're saying, both Commissioner Roy and Chair Concepcion. I'll just have to throw something out there and to be somewhat cynical. I don't want to stop the equity fund from, access to donations. But I also want to make sure that we don't leave space for, bribery and municipalities and licensees to say, hey, if you donate to this equity fund or you do this or you do that, maybe things move quicker. So I'm just throwing it out there just because there's a lot going on in this industry, but I'll just put that out there. But I don't want to stop any money that's going to the equity fund. So, Chair, you mentioned possibly a provisional license or something like that. So that's my piece.
Thank you, Commissioner Camargo. Commissioner Stebbins?
Sure. I might disagree with you both around this discouraging investment, but I amended the language I put in and dropped it into the chat and see if that helps move us along and give some confidence to my colleagues.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. Do you mind reading it into the record?
Sure. A licensee shall satisfy the remainder of their PIP by meeting at least one additional criteria pursuant to 500/501.0403A, or with a satisfactory plan that shall outline the goals, programs, and measurements the marijuana establishment will pursue once licensed to positively impact that community, in addition to donating to the Cannabis Social Equity Trust Fund upon or after their authorization to commence operations or at any stage of the application or licensing process.
One tweak to this language, it says, or after donate. It says to positively impact their community. I would just say to positively impact that community. Director Poffin. Director Poffin, you're muted.
Of course, it would have to happen now. Thank you. I want to talk it out first and see the temperature and just give some counsel here on this proposed language as it stands right now. I see where the commission's going, and I applaud the out-of-the-box thinking here and tying it to that particular, the leadership rating section. However, I do have to disagree with the citation there as it being an entire section, because again, for a very important distinction here, I think all of that section that pertains to a social justice leader is all important, but it is convoluting two separate requirements for licensees. So if you look at 3A 1 to 3, and I could talk about these generally. 3A1, 3A2, 3A3, those are impacting what the commission already has as policies and as defining areas of disproportionate impact, which we're talking about a positive impact plan. Positive impact plan is supposed to have a positive impact on areas of disproportionate impact. If we're looking at 3A4 in part of 3A5, while they are important and definitely should be part of a social justice leader, it is part of the social justice leadership rating. But those are more accurately pertaining to the diversity plan requirement. So I think instead of citing 500.0403A, I think probably enumerating the particular sections of 3A that apply to positive impact plans in areas of disproportionate impact. That would be one set of, that would be one part of clarification. And I think with the second part is the end of the language that was suggested by Commissioner Stebbins, is instead of upon or after their authorization to commence operations or at any stage of application or licensing process. I think that there might be some miscommunication. If the goal is to allow them to do it at any point, then I would just modify that language, Cannabis Social Equity Trust Fund at any stage of licensure. Or something like that, just more streamlined. Again, I propose that.
That switch in the language, I believe, would address the issue raised by Commissioner Roy, and I see her nodding. Commissioner Stebbins?
First of all, thank you, Chair. Director Potvin, thank you for scouting out the citation, because I at least didn't look at what actual citation Kevin was pointing to. And I don't think right now we are in the space of changing the regs around our leadership awards and recognition. So we should take it back to the appropriate section under the application. I think it's subsection 11, which talks about the positive impact plan. I think we got to go in there and do some actual rewording to make sure that the donation of the Cannabis Social Equity Trust Fund is in the appropriate spot in the application process.
Director Potvin, can you take a stab at editing this language with the, specifically that tail end language that you provided about any stage during the licensing process? And if you can also, I guess, do the first draft of correcting the citation.
I would be happy to do that. I will do that right now, but it's going to take me a couple of minutes.
That's fine. That's fine.
Okay.
We'll you tell us when you're ready, and then we can go back to it. But I think I see Commissioner Roy. Let me pause before I say anything definitive. Yeah. If there's something else. So Commissioner Roy, please.
Okay. I just have a question for Director Potvin. Thank you, Madam Chair. Is it better if we break them in two sentences there, then it's like two plural, it's criteria plural, if we break those thoughts into two separate thoughts, that thought into two separate thoughts?
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes, please, Director Potvin.
Thank you. Yeah, the wordsmithing, because of the conversation and kind of the identification of the relevant sections under 500.040 that are being alluded to, there is some wordsmith, and that's why I was alluding to also that it's going to take me a little bit of time, but I will have some proposed language. It will be as clean as I possibly can make it on a Friday afternoon on the fly.
Take your time.
Thank you, Director Potvin. Okay, so we'll pause there. Like, we'll put a pin in that component of, it won't be section 5 anymore. This will be on page 32. So the language about positive impact plans as they apply to licensees and the Social Equity Trust Fund will be revised and incorporated into, I think this is number 11 on page 32. So we'll put a pin in that. Now let's go back to the language around municipalities. And I want to see if there is consensus around that before we go to the next pen that we put in the municipal equity section. There's a lot in this tab. Okay. So the proposed language that I dropped in the chat earlier, that's the statement about a host community must develop a plan to positively impact one or more of the following communities. 1, past or present residents of the geographic areas of disproportionate impact, which have been defined by the Commission and identified in its guidance for identifying areas of disproportionate impact. The designation of these areas will be reevaluated periodically. 2, state-designated economic empowerment priority applicants. 3, state-designated social equity program participants. 4, Massachusetts residents with past drug convictions. 5, Massachusetts residents with parents or spouses who have drug convictions. A host community shall publicize said plan in a conspicuous location at its offices and on its website. The plan shall outline the goals, programs, and measurements the host community will pursue. Do we have consensus on that language for section 5 on page, change my pages so many times, 78? Commissioner Stebbins.
Sure, and thank you, Chair. And as I said before, I like the language. I like the amendment you put on the bottom. And I think we were still trying to see a version of what the subject heading for section 5 might look like. But again, do we need to define it just to offer some clarity to a municipality that this is part of their equity plan? This is not a separate plan from what we've already entitled before previously in the section as an equity plan.
Do you mind? Can you restate that?
Sure.
Thank you.
Sure. Your new language starts off with a host community must develop a plan. And I think this might speak to what Commissioner Camargo corrected as we were going through this section before, clarifying that it's an equity plan. I want to use the word equity here also, just so we don't create any confusion that, oh, I have to do an equity plan, and then is this a separate plan that I need to create?
But it is a separate plan. Commissioner Roy?
Thank you for that language. It's excellent, Madam Chair. Back to the title of 5, we had said we would also include the language to promote and encourage full participation, but I think we're missing the word host community after equity standards. So I think we should insert.
Commissioner Roy, before you continue, I want to
nuance
get
that
okay
first
on this and then go
we'll
back
go
to the
that.
title. So I'm doing like a mental checklist just to get consensus
Okay.
on the
I'll put a
different
pin in
pieces
that.
of
I'll
5.
put a pin in that.
But that's immediately after. That is exactly
you.
where my mind is going. Mhm. It might be helpful also, anybody who's in this meeting now, can you tell us where the equity plan is listed within our hard copy of the draft?
I think it's page 76. 77 in the bottom, number 4.
Oh, no, 76
I'm sorry.
too.
70,
Yeah, a host community.
76 too.
Sorry, 76. Sorry, I was looking at equity parties. My bad. So many equities.
Oh, Commissioner Stebbins, you are correct. I am incorrect. Commissioner Stebbins, can you say your statement again about saying equity plan?
Sure. The language you dropped into the chat for the new subsection 5.
Yes.
I think it should read, a host community must develop a equity plan to positively impact, and you go through the 5 communities that we're hoping to offer some equity to or positively impact.
I rescind my comments. And I agree with you, Commissioner Stebbins. My apologies for any confusion for that. Okay, so then it would read with your edit, a host community must develop an equity plan, and then the rest of the language remains.
Mm-hmm.
And that makes sense to me. Yeah.
And your addition on the bottom about publicizing and making the plan available in a conspicuous location in that language.
E.C. Lopez, I think I'm reading your mind already. I feel like you're going to tell us to move some language, move a sentence around, but go ahead, E.C. Lopez.
Well, just a suggestion, because there are 2 actions here. So there's the taking, promoting and encouraging full participation in the regulated cannabis industry by individuals from communities that have been disproportionately harmed. That's the equity plan. And a plan to positively impact those communities, the ADIs that were disproportionately harmed by cannabis prohibition. So what you might consider is saying a host community shall develop an equity plan to promote and encourage full participation in the regulated cannabis industry by individuals from communities disproportionately harmed by cannabis prohibition and enforcement, and a positive impact plan to positively impact those communities.
Say it one more time.
A host community shall develop an equity plan to promote and encourage full participation in the regulated cannabis industry by individuals from communities disproportionately harmed by cannabis prohibition and enforcement, and a positive impact plan to positively impact those communities.
And EC Lopez, is your recommendation to edit the beginning of this statement to incorporate that language?
Are we talking about 3A, I believe we're talking about 3B2, correct? Which is the language that precedes the publication. Apologies if I'm not in the right place.
No, you are. We're in two places at the same time, so you are in the right place. We're in 76 and 78. So it sounds like your recommendation is not. So the language I have here in the chat is 4.5 on 78. If I'm understanding you correctly, we should not reference an equity plan here because we're talking about a positive impact plan, which is separate from an equity plan. Because the equity plan is the individual, the positive impact plan is the community. But I will ask if that is an accurate breakdown of what you're stating.
That is what I was stating, but I think if the commission wants to, for equity plan to include both goals, then that's certainly that's you have the authority to interpret the statute that way. If it's just one equity plan that covers helping individuals and helping communities, I would say that typically those have been separate because they're separate recipients who are benefiting from the equity action. One is for individuals who have been harmed. So for example, our statute obligates the commission to adopt policies and procedures to promote full participation. And we interpreted that in terms of on the individual level, we interpreted that and responded to our statutory obligation by creating a social equity program to help those individuals. The positive impact obligation that was also set forth to us by the legislature, we interpreted that as something that the licensees had to do to positively impact ADIs. So they are not just a monolith, they are two separate equity actions and efforts.
That makes sense. In that case, my recommendation would be not to include the term equity plan and continue with the language as stated within the chat for section 5 on page 78. I can tell there are thoughts. So are there any comments or questions out? Director Potvin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't want to, this is a separate aside. I'm ready when you are to go back to the previous language. So I don't want to muddy the water, but I just want to let you know. That's
okay. Thank you, Director Potvin. Commissioner Camargo.
Yeah, I agree on the equity plan portion in terms of what Rebecca just mentioned in terms of taking out the equity plan, because I had thought about that earlier on and then it didn't make sense. Now we put it back in. So I agree.
Okay. Commissioner Stebbins.
Yeah, and I also know we were working on a new title for subsection 5. I don't know where that might exist, but that seeing that might help me.
That's the next step.
Figure out where I land on your new language as well, Chair.
That is the next step. Okay, so are you saying, Commissioner Stebbins, that you're waiting until you hear what the title will be before you can agree on the language?
Yeah, if that's okay.
All right, nope, that's fine. Okay, so now let's talk about the title of section 5. Commissioner Roy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just for conversation, perhaps we could have equity standards developed by host communities to promote and encourage full participation and for positively impacting communities that were disproportionately harmed by marijuana prohibition and enforcement. So how do we bridge all of that together? So we don't have the word host community in that title. So I think we need to add that, number one, and we don't have in that title, promote and encourage full participation. So how do we accomplish adding both of those thoughts into that?
Commissioner Roy, can you add that to the chat?
Sure.
The title, please.
Let me lift it from here. Yep, just give me a minute.
I wonder if the way my mind works, I look at some of our existing language within our regs and see if it can be utilized for host communities and municipalities. So going to say my thoughts out loud. This is not going to be cleaned. All right, so I'm if we put something to the standards for host communities to positively impact areas of disproportionate impact for the purposes established in MGL chapter, and I would have to get the right citation there, but I know it's 94G. And what I'm doing is plugging some of the language that we have for our positive impact plans. EC Lopez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So in line with what we just discussed about the two being separate equity efforts, so one is to promote and encourage full participation by individuals from ADIs. The other is to positively impact ADIs. The regulations have been structured with that separation in mind. So subsection 3 is titled Equity Standards for Host Communities to Promote and Encourage Full Participation in the Regulated Marijuana Industry. So section 5 was purposefully titled to be the positive impact component of what host communities should be doing. It did include both host communities and licensees. So to Commissioner Roy's point, it should identify host communities, but it could read similar to consistent with what we did in subsection 3, it could read equity standards for host communities to positively impact communities that were disproportionately harmed by marijuana prohibition and enforcement.
I think that's very clean. But I'll look to my fellow commissioners if they have any comments or concerns with that recommendation.
Madam Chair, I think Commissioner Roy's typing in the chat right now, so I was kind of waiting to see.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah. Thank you, Commissioner Camargo. I'm ready to send it.
Problem.
Take your time, take your time.
In the meantime, Commissioner Stebbins, with that sort of title, does that align with what we have for the actual language of the section?
Okay, Commissioner Camargo.
Thank you, Commissioner. Hold on, I have a question posed for Commissioner Stebbins.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'm just reading the new language right now.
Okay, thank you, EC Lopez. So EC Lopez has a friendly amendment that would state equity standards for host communities to positively impact communities that were disproportionately harmed by marijuana prohibition and enforcement. Okay. Commissioner Stebbins is in agreement. Commissioner Roy? Are you in agreement? Mhm.
I think I am, but why did we remove full participation?
EC
why are we
Lopez, do you have do you mind explaining your amendment?
Of course, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Roy. So speaking to what we mentioned before about how our equity obligations under the statute are twofold rather than one. So there's the obligation to promote and encourage full participation in the regulated industry by individuals from ADIs, and the obligation to positively impact ADIs. And because there are two separate goals, the regulations in the municipal equity section were structured to that effect. So we have a subsection 3 that speaks to equity standards for host communities to promote and encourage full participation in the industry on the individual level. And subsection 5 is meant to be space dedicated to the commission speaking on what the standards are for host communities to promote equity on the community level via positive impact.
Thank you, EC Lopez. Commissioner Camargo?
Yeah, I mean, it also makes it shorter. I think Commissioner Roy's version, the points are all in there. I think the friendly amendment just, it's a quicker read and makes sense as well. Just it looks good.
Commissioner Roy?
Thinking.
Well, I'll add my own interpretation to EC Lopez. That is helpful, and I understand what she's stating here, because if you think about when we're talking about full participation versus impacting communities are not necessarily participating within the marijuana industry. You can still positively impact a community or a group within a community without that group doing something within the cannabis industry. So it's a little bit different. It's not, we're not talking about applicants or agents or license. We're talking about just areas who have been disproportionately harmed, or people who've been impacted by the war on drugs or cannabis prohibition and enforcement. So I'm paraphrasing how I've heard EC Lopez.
Okay.
Are you okay with so we're okay with this new title for section 5. So now do we have consensus for the language within section 5? Okay, I have to see a thumbs up, head nod, thumbs up, boom. Section 5 consensus. Now, Director Poffin, you have some language for us to go over, and I would tell my fellow commissioners we are now going back to page 32. And this is for positive impact plans as they relate to licensees. Director Poffin, would you please state the language that you've worked on? And thank you so much for working on this in such short notice, as you always do. So thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If I may, before I get into the language, I want to make sure that I'm capturing what I thought there was some consensus on based on the initial language that you provided for.
Okay.
So talking here about page 32 and a positive impact plan and what how a licensee may satisfy it, was that they may satisfy it in part by donating to the Cannabis Social Equity Trust Fund. And based on, we're talking about a licensee and seeing the desire to not cut out a population of licensees by waiting to commence operations. Part of the proposal that I put in here is once licensed. So that would be once they're approved for a provisional license, which would be consistent, because that's a year from that point is when we're going to ask them for any updates or progress or success towards that initiative. So that includes the bigger population. So it wasn't at any application stage. The proposed language for your reaction, and of course you can change it, is once licensed. So just to clean that up a little bit. Again, for the additional criteria that was proposed that was stemming from 500.040, essentially the social justice leader criteria. Some clarifying points on that so that you understand why there's only 3 additional items that are proposed here versus the 6 that are outlined in that section. One of those that was not included in the draft language that I provided was upon the legislature's establishment of a dedicated social equity or technical assistance fund or a similar fund, 1% of the marijuana establishment's gross revenue is donated to that fund. That's redundant because it's already included. So I didn't include it again. The other one, the second one that wasn't included was pertaining to the licensee's employees regarding their diversity initiatives. Again, this is a positive impact plan. And the other one is the last one that I did not include is the licensee has developed and can demonstrate execution of a diversity plan or a positive impact plan recognized as exemplary. I didn't include that even if I could have cut out the diversity plan part, because essentially is you can satisfy your positive impact plan by having a positive impact plan, which is a circular argument, right? So with that in mind, the language, I'm sorry, I thought I had clicked send in the chat, but now it is in the chat. And this is, again, really rough language, but I propose it for your consideration. Also welcome my colleagues to opine or offer suggestions and edits.
So Director Potvin, 2 things, because I know we're on page 32, but do you mind first telling us where this language would hypothetically appear, and then reading the language so that we can follow along to what you produce?
Thank you. So let me find the actual point in the regulations where this would be dropped. Let's see. So I am looking at the most recent version of the draft regulations that were sent out last night, and I'm seeing that there are no page numbers, but I will tell you what page it is electronically. Or yeah.
No, if you can cite the section, I can tell my fellow commissioners where to look. Okay.
So I think it has to be dropped in 2 different sections of essentially the section 500.101, which is the application requirements. So the first page electronically from the version that was sent out last night is page 39, which is 500.101 1A11.
And that is for us, that's on page 32. Okay.
Okay. So essentially, the language that I will read in 1 second will replace what is in track changes right now. The marijuana establishment may satisfy this requirement in part by donating. So that sentence would be stricken and replaced with the following, as initially proposed in the chat. A licensee may satisfy their plan to positively impact areas of disproportionate impact, in part by donating to the Cannabis Social Equity Trust Fund at any time once licensed. In addition to the donation to the Cannabis Social Equity Trust Fund, a licensee may satisfy the remainder of the plan, their plan or the plan, by complying with one or more of the following. Subsection 1, the licensee has conducted 50 hours of educational seminars targeted to residents of areas of disproportionate impact in one or more of the following marijuana cultivation, marijuana product manufacturing, marijuana retailing, or marijuana business training. 2, the licensee can demonstrate that a majority of employees have a conviction or a continuance without a finding for an offense under MGL Chapter 94C or an equivalent conviction in other jurisdictions. Or 3, the licensee can demonstrate that in a year, at least 1% of its gross revenue or a minimum of 20 hours of each staff member's paid time is contributed to supporting persons from communities disproportionately harmed by marijuana prohibition or an area of disproportionate impact as determined by the Commission. Those 3 subsections are the 3 that were directly taken from the social justice leadership section that I initially found that were pertaining to positive impact plans.
Okay. Thank you, Director Potvin. I have a question here. And my question is about what the language does in action. So I'm wondering if we are giving, if it's an option to comply with one of the following, like if that's an optional step, or if we're saying it's conditional. Are we saying that without satisfying one of those steps, you cannot make that contribution to the Social Equity Trust Fund? Dr. Potvin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That's ultimately, and I was thinking about that when I was drafting this. Obviously, there is a difference between may and shall. These are permissible options, not mandatory or something that they have to do. But again, that's something that can be changed depending on the policy goals or the policy route you want to take as a body. But yes, as written, it is, these things could satisfy your positive impact plan. Yep.
And I will know, I see EC Lopez has broken it up, and that does make it clearer to two sections. So one is about the partial satisfaction of the positive impact plan by donating to the Social Equity Trust Fund. Then the second is the additional criteria. Commissioner Roy.
Okay, thank you for that clarity, Director Potvin, and thank you, Madam Chair. My concern was it was overly prescriptive, and therefore I did have reservations about it, because this was something folks aspire to. This is leadership. You earn an award if you do this. And now we're like saying this should be done. So my concern was it was overly prescriptive. That was my concern.
Yeah. Commissioner Stebbins.
Thank you, Chair. I like the way Enforcement Council broke this out. I'm wondering if under 2, Director Potvin, and I think this might get to Commissioner Roy's point, these suggestions are in here because they are linked to the criteria for the leadership award. It's not here are suggestions, but here are suggestions that would also support your eligibility to get one of the leadership criteria. I think we need to point out that that's where this is coming from. So in addition to donating to the Cannabis Social Equity Trust Fund, a licensee may satisfy the remainder of the plan and be eligible for the appropriate leadership title by complying with one or more of the following. I'm just trying to make that distinction that these are criteria, these are eligibility criteria for that leadership award. And I think it's okay to place them here, but I want folks to understand that this isn't prescriptive. This is only prescriptive if you have an interest at some point in being eligible for that leadership criteria.
Commissioner Camargo, do you have any comments or thoughts?
I actually I'm looking at it, I cut and pasted into another document, so I'm just reading it again.
Okay. So Commissioner Stebbins, you are recommending that we insert some additional language?
I am.
Okay.
And I can go through the regs and see how I might want to edit it, but I'm fine with the top portion. And if I'm not mistaken, just for clarity from Director Potvin, what we had added as a red line under that section on page 32, you're now saying strike that and replace it with that first paragraph at a minimum, and possibly add the second section that you're suggesting.
Director Potvin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. Just for additional clarity, so I was reacting to the initial language that Chair Concepcion had put in the chat that was received. That was automatically citing to the leadership rating section. it's not so much a proposal or a recommendation for me, but just it's more wordsmithing and cleaning it up and making sure that it's applicable. So as drafted, I think that's where the body was moving, was that it should be tied to that section as relevant, but without actually referencing that section because there's distinction. So the only recommendation at this point is the fact of this is proposed language for you to react to based on where I thought you were going. I would, in that spirit, to be succinct now, the proposed language as cleaned up by EC Lopez, thank you. That was our attempt to recognize where you were going, and yes, that would be the language that would be replaced on page 32, is in its entirety.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Thank you, Chair. So are we effectuating regulatory changes now under that leadership award section by doing this?
Director Potvin?
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. That is another reason why I think it needed to be spelled out and clarified in this section. I think there is a risk of tying it to or mentioning the leadership rating program could be problematic just by doing that kind of citation or that encompassing of that program, because that was not something that was initially considered. I think as written, how it's addressed to purposely to the positive impact plan, which was clearly within the scope of Chapter 180 and the drafted regulations, I think it would be advisable to leave out mentioning the leadership rating program and adopting the language as provided for by Enforcement Council, if you so choose. That would be my counsel.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Thank you, Chair, and thanks, Director Potvin, for that explanation. I'm feeling more comfortable with that. It sounds like it's some future point when we're cleaning up regs that we would have to go into that leadership award and maybe clean up those regs to make them align. But I think for the purposes that we're sitting here today, it does say may satisfy the remainder of their plan. It's not, it is being prescriptive, but it's not a requirement. And I think we offer enough guidance about putting together a positive impact plan and what licensed applicants can consider, that hopefully it'll be clear enough that they don't have to. I mean, we'd love to see them do that, but they don't have to include these three components.
I'm in agreement with you, Commissioner Stebbins. Let's see, Commissioner Roy, Commissioner Camargo, are you also in agreement? Okay. We have consensus to adopt this language for page 32, which is section 500.101. 1A11. Director Potvin.
Thank you, Chair Concepcion. An earlier point, there's a second place. It's still within 500.101, but it's in that pre-certification process.
Okay.
And that is 500.101.2. Two G 2G 9D, just so that it's covered both in the bifurcated pre-certification provisional license process for social equity participants and the normal licensing process for everybody else. So it's the same requirement of the positive impact plan, and that is on the electronic version that is on page 44.
I believe for us it's on page 38. And I will say the language, Director Potvin, to ensure that we're all on the same section. The red line language here that's highlighted says an ME may satisfy this requirement in part by donating to the Cannabis Social Equity Trust Fund established pursuant to Mass General Laws, Chapter 94G, Section 14A. Is that the correct link? That's the correct section. Okay.
Yep. So,
go ahead, Director Potvin, please.
So that sentence that you just read, that sentence in its entirety would be stricken and replaced with what has been read out or provided for and cleaned up by EC Lopez.
Okay. Is there consensus with this change to Director Potvin, can you say the citation one more time?
The second one, the first one, or both?
The second one. We already have consensus on the first one.
Okay.
I just need the citation for the record and for Manager Erickson to make sure we're all in the same site, the same section of the regs. So please.
Yep. So it is 935 CMR 500.101, subsection 2. Just 2G 9 D.
Okay. And
my apologies for taking so long. I'm scrolling through multiple pages.
Director Potvin, no need to apologize. So are we in consensus, my fellow commissioners? Commissioner Camargo? Commissioner Camargo, please, do you have a comment, a question?
Yeah, I know this is all business, but I just want to say, Kyle, take your time because this stuff is so important and so key, and you're drafting and writing in real time, and we so appreciate your legal expertise. So no need for apologies. Like, we appreciate you, man. Thank you. And I am in consensus.
Okay. Director. Commissioner Stebbins, there's so many titles. I apologize. Commissioner Stebbins, are you in agreement?
Yes.
Okay. Commissioner Roy.
I'm good.
All right. We have consensus. All right. Now, I believe, and I see Acting General Counsel Carter. Acting General Counsel Carter, is there a comment you wish to provide?
Excuse me, Madam Chair. No, but I would just invite Manager Erickson to potentially outline where we are, just to make sure it's adequately been captured. I just want to check in with her to make sure that she has captured this discussion right here.
Okay. Manager Erickson.
Hi, thank you. So I am just finishing updating in the 1A11, and then just to confirm, the same language is then being put into that second citation.
Yes.
Okay, great. Yep, I'll just need one moment. If you want to, move on, I'll just ping in the chat once I'm all set.
Okay.
That sounds good. All right, great. Thank you.
All right. So we have one more pen in the municipal equity section. Acting General Counsel Carter, can you please, first, I guess, identify for us where we are now within our regulations and read the section where that pen is located.
Yes, Madam Chair. So my understanding is the last outstanding item, I believe, related to cap removal, but I cannot remember which commissioner put a pin in this. So if one of them remembers, and maybe it was Commissioner Stebbins, only because Commissioner Stebbins does enjoy his pins to put during this process. Just kidding, Commissioner.
It's a good thing we're remote.
I think it was a collective pin, so it's okay. It was a collective pin. We know this section. Commissioner Roy raised. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Acting General Counsel Carter, please.
Yes, and I'm sorry, Commissioner Stebbins. I believe we may be under 500-101 2G9D, if I'm not mistaken. And let me just go to this section.
So I think my My regulation's a little bit different. I think it's in C. So, oh,
C2 on page 77.
Yep.
right. So 500.181, 3, subsection 3, subsection C2. That's where I'm seeing it. But Acting General Counsel Carter, I just want to ensure that that is the correct area.
Yes, if you could just repeat that for me one more time, Commissioner, I think I may have written down the wrong site and I apologize.
It's okay. And the letters have changed in this section too. So just for so it's 500.181, 3 C2. And it
Correct.
begins in circumstances where a host community imposes a cap on the number of marijuana establishments or MTCs. Okay. So what I was beginning to say is that Commissioner Roy raised a valid point that was also brought to our attention by the MMA. And I had time to think about it today because we had a later start. So I want to put in some additional language into the chat that I think would address the concern. Oh, Commissioner Camargo, do you have language that you want to Commissioner Camargo?
Yep. Let me add. Give me a second. Give me a second.
Oh, okay. Okay. I don't want us to overlap on language. So Commissioner Camargo, please. I mean, Commissioner Roy, please.
May I make a motion to take a 5-minute break? That way everybody can dump everything into the chat and those who need a break to do so will be able to.
I think we're moving pretty well. So I think
Yes.
a 5-minute break is fine. So
I'd appreciate that.
we'll take a 5-minute break. We'll come back at 2:55. So Commissioner Roy, do I have a motion to recess for 5 minutes until 2:55?
So moved.
Commissioner Camargo, can I yeah, okay, second. The motion was moved by Commissioner Roy, seconded by Commissioner Camargo. I will now do a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
The chair votes aye. We are recessed until 2:55. It is 2:55. Commissioner Camargo, Commissioner Roy, Commissioner Stebbins, are we back?
That was fast.
I know.
It's okay. It's okay. It's all good.
Okay, all right, we're all back. If we need to take another 5 minutes, just flag me and we can just do it again a little bit later. All right. So, Acting General Counsel Carter, can you please refresh everyone's memory and read the section, just read the language that we're amending potentially now. Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. We are in sub 2 in circumstances where a host community imposes a cap on the number of marijuana establishments or MTCs that may obtain local approval to operate. If a host community later decides to allow additional marijuana establishments or MTCs, at least 50% of those licenses, but no less than one license above the previously established cap shall be reserved for social equity businesses, license applicants, or a pre-verified individual or entity that have been designated as social equity participants or economic empowerment priority applicants.
Thank you, Acting General Counsel Carter. Commissioner Camargo.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I know that Commissioner Roy, your question yesterday at the end, made us think and sort of think this through a little bit. I added some language in the chat. I spoke to compliance this morning just for guidance around the compliance portion of this. So I wanted to share this, and I know Kyle will probably be able to elaborate a little bit more, but I want to give folks a few minutes to sort of read it, because we don't want to stop anybody from being licensed anywhere. We also want to be fair and equitable to the process. So I just wanted to just
Commissioner Camargo, can you read what you've inserted into the chat? So what is the language that will be added?
Correct. Thank you for that. In circumstances where a host community imposes a cap on the number of marijuana establishments or MTCs that may obtain local approval to operate, if a host community later decides to allow additional marijuana establishments or MTCs, at least 50% of those licenses, but not less than one license above the previous established cap, shall be reserved for individuals and entities pre-verified pursuant to 935 CMR 500-1017, licensed applicant or a pre-verified individual or entity that have been designated as social equity participants or economic empowerment priority applicants. So this is the added language. Any host community that can demonstrate an inability to attract equity parties pursuant to this section may submit a petition to the Commission in a form and manner and seek relief from this requirement. Any host community that can demonstrate an inability to attract equity parties pursuant to this section may submit a request to the Commission in a form and manner to be determined by the Commission to seek relief from this requirement.
Director Potvin.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Camargo, for the discussion earlier today and this proposal. Just for clarity, that those last two sections, the additions are the same with the exception of changing petition to request.
Yeah.
So it should be, I think the intent was just to change that wording, but not have it be rewritten as an additional option. Like you can do a petition or a request. It was just changing the word petition to request.
Yeah, thank you, Kyle. I dumped it all in there so that we can see it and go through it. But yeah, thank you.
So Commissioner Camargo, the second portion here, this is any host community that can demonstrate an inability to attract equity parties pursuant to this section may submit a request to the Commission. That is the language that you are proposing. Okay, I just wanted to add it.
Correct.
Okay,
Correct.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy?
Thank you, Patrick. I actually have 3 points. is request a lower threshold than petition, number 1. Number 2, requesting what? And number 3, 4 points. I'd love to see Chairwoman Concepcion's language that she had, so we can compare and contrast. And I just want to state the reason that I identified this yesterday is because I want the commission as best we possibly can to stand up to legal challenge. And I know there will be legal challenges, but that it was the impetus behind this, that's legal scrutiny. We all want equity at the end of the day. We just want to be able to be mindful. That's all. So that's why I highlighted that for the group to consider. And thank you, Commissioner Camargo, for this language. So there was a lot in there. There was a lot in there.
And thank you, Commissioner Camargo. This is aligned with my recommendation. It was to create a way for municipalities to request, a carve out in this section. So this is more concise than what I had, but it essentially is the same. EC Lopez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a question, because I know that this conversation started when there was kind of it started from some initial deliberations of whether to have an exclusivity period for this cap situation for equity parties. And with this direction, in terms of demonstrating an inability to attract equity parties, I would just like to hear a little bit, thinking this through from the perspective of the enforcement department. What would the standard, like what review standard would this be happening under? Because demonstrating an inability to attract, that just seems like a difficult, that just feels like that seems like a difficult standard to vet in terms of compliance, or are we looking for the veracity of this this statement? How would we kind of confirm or deny or validate whether or not there was an inability to attract? So I'm just thinking this through from the perspective of our compliance team in terms of how workable this would be. But if this is a direction that the commission does decide to go in, I would avoid using the word petition, because that would invoke another process that already exists in our current regulations. And if the commission does want to go in this direction, I would suggest essentially that you can direct them to submit a waiver through our general waiver process instead of creating a whole nother review process. The host community would have to demonstrate undue hardship. They would have to demonstrate that waiver of the requirement would not pose a risk to public health, safety, or welfare, and that it would not amount to a waiver of a statutory requirement. But I would bake it into existing process if this is the direction the board chooses to go in.
Commissioner Camargo.
Yeah, no, thank you. And I can't take credit for this language. Kyle and I met right before and went through this conversation a little bit, because I was trying to, want to be helpful to the process today and just figure out what are the other options, right? We don't want to put a timestamp on any city to have to wait. So sort of thinking through, what if no equity applicants come to the city because they're not ready, or that's just not the city that they want to, municipality, that's not the municipality they want to, do business in, right? So this is all, again, draft for us to sort of have something to start off with, but it would provide some sort of relief for municipalities. I think that's really the scope of it.
I see. Okay, Commissioner Stebbins.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate the conversation around this section, and I appreciate what Enforcement Counsel Lopez is saying about not creating another whole new process. If it's appropriate to have our existing waiver process work in this situation, I think that would be helpful. I want to step back a little bit, and I saw some comments that flew in, and I think they're all appropriate, and I think they're all trying to address this issue in a fair and equitable way. I sometimes worry we get caught up in thinking through these regs and instantly what comes to mind is how does this play out in the city of Boston or city of Worcester, or a larger city or a municipality? And I think we need to have this language be fair enough to smaller communities. And I say that in the context of, what we're requiring here in the rest of this regulatory section is really helping municipalities, or I hope helping municipalities or requiring municipalities to push the door open, right? But I think we also need to keep in mind that there are a lot of reasons that people make decisions about where to locate their business. It might be based on no availability of a suitable site. It might be based on distance that location is from where their employees might live. It might be around property values and taxes and a few other things. So I think what we're doing here is we're helping, municipalities open the door for equity, but at the same time, not restraining them at a certain point. And in this particular case, we're talking about if they've had a license cap and they open it up to more licenses, that at some point they could come back to us and seek relief of, we've had these licenses available. We have not had a social equity applicant pursue a license in our community. What do we do, Commission, with this available license? And it's helping the community kind of seek closure or draw closure. And again, I think in our waiver process, there is a demonstration that any applicant for a waiver has to go through to make a compelling argument as to why they can get relief from this requirement. So I like the steps that we're taking here, and to Enforcement Counsel Lopez's point, I like the idea of using, because it's already there, our existing waiver process as the outlet for the communities to seek that relief.
Enforcement Counsel Lopez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe I saw Acting General Counsel with his hand up, so I'd be happy to, his hand up was before mine, if you'd like to recognize him first.
Acting General Counsel Carter.
Yes, thank you, Councilor Lopez. So I did just want to echo some of the comments that we've heard from Councilor Lopez. One is the petition process is already in our regulations. It's a separate process that is required by Mass General Law 30A, and it speaks to a process to amend our regulations. So I agree that that's not the language we should use, but I also want to pick up on a point that Councilor Lopez stated, which is sort of standard of review. How will the enforcement team be thinking about these requests? How will they be processing them? And I really believe, based on what I'm hearing, that it may be prudent to consider the waiver process because it contemplates undue hardship, it contemplates public health, public safety, public welfare, and it also contemplates our statutory requirements. We also have the forms developed, we have a process developed. The enforcement team handles waivers on a routine basis. So hearing some of the discussion about seeking relief from municipalities, I think the proper vehicle in this instance may be a waiver, and we can, cite to 935 CMR 500-850, which is our waiver process, and direct these requests in that direction. But just wanted to echo some of the very astute observations by my colleague.
Thank you, Acting General Counsel Carter. EC Lopez.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Acting General Counsel. Just one more point to finish up, to round out this discussion. As I mentioned, our waiver process currently does have certain criteria. I outlined 3 of them, but the second criteria is states, if applicable, so the Commission may waive applicability of one or more of the requirements imposed on a finding that there would be undue hardship, no jeopardy to health, safety, or welfare, or no granting of a waiver that would constitute a waiver of a statutory requirement. But the second criteria is, if applicable, the implementation of compensating features acceptable to the Commission. Given how important equity is to the heart of the statute and to the heart of this section, the Commission might consider stating that the implementation of compensating features would apply to any waiver requests submitted under this section, because essentially it would ask the municipality to seek the waiver and demonstrate undue hardship, but also demonstrate what are the other equity measures that they would be taking to compensate for the fact that they were not able to attract equity parties. And that might help if the commission wants to kind of make explicit its intent that criteria be applicable to these waiver requests, that might also help further the policy intent in general.
Thank you, E.C. Lopez. Commissioner Roy?
Thank you, E.C. Lopez. So in lieu of awarding a permitting to an equity, what other measures are they taking? In other words, am I understanding you correctly? In lieu of awarding the permitting because of lack of attracting I know we didn't like that language, but inability to attract. So in lieu of awarding that, the municipality has to demonstrate something else.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes, please, E.C. Lopez.
Yes, the commission could explore a policy where certainly identifying waiver as an option for this particular requirement, but also identifying that what would also be applicable to any waiver request submitted to this requirement would be a demonstration of the compensating actions that the host community is taking to compensate for seeking an exemption from the requirement altogether.
Commissioner Camargo, I saw you may be typing in the chat. Are you revising the language?
I am, and I'm reading another section, so my apologies.
No, that's fine. I wonder, E.C. Lopez, because you've done such a phenomenal job drafting edits to language, would you mind taking a stab at editing this language so that it lands in the direction that you recommended? Commissioner Roy?
In the comments from DOR, and I know we struck the language about the mandatory percentage donation to the Cannabis Social Equity Trust Fund, but I can't remember, are municipalities precluded from making donations in general? They are precluded. Is that what that was the reason why he said to strike that language?
Acting General Counsel Carter.
Yes, if I may, Madam Chair, and thank you, Commissioner Roy, for the excellent question. And I'll preface this by saying I am not a municipal finance expert, but as I understand it, there are challenges with appropriations of there are challenges with municipalities making these types of appropriations. So I think that is sort of where the sticking point is.
Thank you, Acting General Counsel Carter. Are there any other questions in the meantime while we're waiting for the proposed language? I guess Acting General Counsel Carter, is this the last issue that was flagged within this section of the regulations?
If I may, Madam Chair, yes. So the next section, I believe, does relate. We do have what I would suggest are ministerial edits in a few sections coming up, 500, 300, 500, 301, and 500, 310. And
Okay.
then I won't get further than that.
So why, Commissioner, hold on one second, Acting General Counsel Carter, Commissioner Stebbins?
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. While we're still in this section, if it's okay, right above this section that we're dealing with, and I know we had a lot of discussion about it the other day, and I appreciated everybody's patience. But C1, which is just above this section we're talking about now on page 77, just for my own clarification, at the end of that section, it is talking about this pre-verification and verification process for entities that are comprised of individuals from Black, African American, Hispanic, Latino, Native American, or Indigenous descent. I'd love some clarity as to the working group's goal or purpose, I guess, with that language, because it doesn't really appear anywhere else in this municipal equity section. So if I can have some clarity around its insertion or inclusion there, that'd be great.
This was based off of our internal research around which communities have been most harmed by cannabis prohibition and enforcement. The one change that is here is the addition of Native American and individuals with indigenous descent, and that was after a substantial research and input from our research team here at the Cannabis Control Commission, and it was based off of the research that was already in existence about the harms done to indigenous and Native American communities by cannabis prohibition and enforcement.
Okay. First of all, I appreciate that background. Again, we consistently through our work talk about diversity, right? And these groups are among the folks that are part of diversity plan goals. We also know that women, veteran, and other priority populations are discussed also. So that helps me understand it a little bit and clarifies it in how you working with the research team kind of connected it to the disproportionate impact. So thank you for that explanation.
You're welcome. And I'm glad that you asked that because it gave AC Lopez the time to draft and put language in.
You might have dropped it in before I asked the question, but
I think it's a good question anyways for anyone else who might be listening who might not understand where that language came from either. But EC Lopez, now that the language is in our chat, can you state what that language would look like? What does it read?
Absolutely, Madam Chair. So the new potential language could read, in circumstances where a host community imposes a cap on the number of marijuana establishments or MTCs that may obtain local approval to operate, if a host community later decides to allow additional marijuana establishments or MTCs, at least 50% of those licenses, but no less than one license above the previously established cap shall be reserved for individuals or entities pre-verified pursuant to 935 CMR 500-1017, license applicants, or a pre-verified individual or entity that has been designated as social equity participant or economic empowerment priority applicant. A host community seeking exemption from this regulatory requirement may submit a waiver request pursuant to 935 CMR 500-850. Such request must include identification of proposed compensating features as provided under 935 CMR 500-850 sub 2.
Thank you, EC Lopez. Commissioner Camargo.
Should there be a period after 7? Or no, there's a comma. 935 CMR 500.1017, comma? Is it a comma or a period?
EC Lopez.
It's a comma. It
Okay,
should be a
thank you.
comma because it's a listing.
Thank you. Got it. Thank you. Thank you.
Commissioner Roy.
Could you define compensating features, EC Lopez?
EC Lopez.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. Thank you, Commissioner Roy. That is not a defined term. It's part of the established criteria in connection with our waiver process. So when someone submits a waiver process, if applicable, they can also point to alternative compensating features that are being proposed to compensate for the exemption from the regulatory requirement if the commission were to grant the waiver. So it is not a defined term. It is an open standard, and that's meant to account for the variation in factual circumstances that necessitate someone to seek a waiver in the first place.
Commissioner Roy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So it does not necessarily mean monetary, a monetary exchange.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Roy. Madam Chair?
Yes, EC Lopez.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. It is not necessarily monetary in nature. It is a flexible standard that is proposed by the requester. The requester can propose to us what they believe will be measures that they can adopt to compensate for the regulatory exemption if the waiver is granted. Of course, we reserve the ultimate right to determine whether or not those proposed compensating features are acceptable.
Commissioner Roy, do you have any additional questions?
I think I am good. So that language is lifted right from the waiver. So that language already exists elsewhere in our waiver process, compensating features.
EC Lopez.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Compensating features is the second criteria to the waiver review process. And so actually, I meant to include a more specific site. It should read 852B, but I can reread it, but it is meant to speak to that very specific criteria, which is criteria number 2 in the waiver section of our regs.
I don't think there's a need to reread it. You just inserted the B after the 2.
Yep, it's 852B.
Thank you, EC Lopez. Commissioner Roy, do you have any additional questions?
Okay, I think I'm good. I'm still absorbing it, but I think.
Okay. Are there any questions, Commissioner Stebbins, Commissioner Camargo, Commissioner Stebbins?
Sure. Thank you, Chair. I think this language satisfies it. Again, I think when we think of the landscape and the population of communities that have established caps, I think that number is, I don't want to say relatively small, but I know that's not the predominant approach that communities take. So, but I think this helps answer the concern Commissioner Roy raised yesterday, and it's a viable option for a community to pursue.
So I will ask, do we have consensus on this language? I see not. Okay. Great. We have consensus. Acting General Counsel Carter, please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So as I understand it, we are now moving on to 500-300, which is complaint process. So for these next few sections, I would suggest they are sort of ministerial or for the purposes of conformity. So I don't know if it's necessary for me to read them, but I certainly would take the direction of the chair.
No, it's not necessary.
All right, so 500-300 complaint process, we added host communities under 500-301. We have also.
Acting General Counsel Carter, I said it was not necessary. You don't have to go through each of these.
Got it. Okay. I do have one item to flag, which is feedback that I received, which is under 500-320, which is our notice of deficiency section. We did not include host community. So I believe that we may need to add it for consistency purposes, or plan of correction section. So under 500-320, that is the remedy process for a potential NOD. So we do add language in 310 for community, so we can issue deficiency statements, but under 320, we have not added the ability for them to remedy. So it would be my suggestion, if the board is comfortable, that we bring 310 and 320 into conformity.
I have no objection to that. Let me see. I see head nods. Commissioner Roy, are you okay with that as well? Okay, we have consensus.
All right, thank you so much. The next section would be 500-360. And then moving along, the 500, which is hearings and appeals on actions on licensees. Moving along.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Stebbins.
Sure, thank you. And thank you, Acting General Counsel Carter. I had a question on 500. This is hearing and appeals of actions on licenses. Are those communities, should they be considered under this section? And what struck out at me, if I can, is under subsection 3 notices, we start off with subsection B, notice of other actions. The commission or a commission delegee shall send written notice of the action, including but not limited to a denial of a renewal license taken against a licensee, registrant, or host community. Just try not to cause any confusion, but it almost sounds like we're calling a host community a licensee in this particular spot, but there might be some clarification for that.
Acting General Counsel Carter.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. I do wonder if, and I would certainly invite Councilor Lopez and Director Potvin in this, but I do wonder if the title of the section maybe needs to be revised.
Director Potvin.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Acting General Counsel Potter. I think an eloquent solution, and I do hear what Commissioner Stebbins was saying. I think an eloquent and efficient solution to this might be to rename that section 500.500 hearings and appeals of commission actions, adding the word commission and deleting and striking on licenses, just to be a little bit more global.
And I see head nods from the attorneys in the room. Okay, so let me ask my fellow commissioners. Okay, Commissioner Roy and Commissioner Camargo, are you okay? So there's agreement there and consensus to change that header by eliminating on licenses
And adding the word, I don't know if it's necessary, but adding the word the commission before actions.
Yes, so we'll now read hearings and appeals of commission actions. Thank you. Okay, Acting General Counsel Carter.
Yes, thank you so much, Madam Chair. And if I may, I'd just like to check in with Manager Erickson to make sure that thus far she has been able to capture the changes.
Manager Erickson.
Yes, thank you. I am all set and up to date.
Okay. Acting General Counsel Carter.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. So now we are moving on to 500-802, which is suitability standards for registration as a marijuana establishment agent.
I wonder if this is a different sort of section because it's the chart essentially. So I wonder if instead of going line by line, we just go directly to issues flagged by commissioners. And maybe that's an easier way to go through the section. So I'll ask my fellow commissioners if there are questions, concerns, issues that they would like to raise, to raise your hand and do so now. Commissioner Roy.
First, I want to start by applauding you, Chairwoman Concepcion, for your work on suitability and for helping to, with the goal of transitioning folks out of the legacy market into the legal market and to help create more jobs potentially in the industry and to help folks be successful in life and have productive lives, maybe post incarceration and with reentry. And I thank you for all of that. Where I have grave concerns is around removing the mandatory disqualifications for sex offenders. That was from the law from DPH. It was put there to preserve public health. I'm sorry, public safety and public welfare. So I just want to, I'm going to put many things into the record today. So I hope you all have patience with me. But before we get into the line striking out of the chart, I just want to express that I have grave concerns how this will impact public safety. The industry has spoken very loudly on this. We received a petition. The legislature has spoken on this. Workers, cannabis workers, patients, consumers do not support this. And I don't know why we as a body would. And I will make a motion to reinsert sex offense, a felony conviction for a sex offense is defined in Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 6, Section 178C, and Massachusetts General Law C-127, Section 133E, or like offenses in other jurisdictions, and unstrike indefinite and reinsert indefinite and reinsert mandatory disqualification.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. I think, and I see EC Lopez. When we brought this up at the commission meeting, I mentioned that this is a different sort of section because it wasn't regulatory action. We're limited in our authority and our ability to change the law. So this came from a change in the law by the legislature that was unanimously included in the Senate and then eventually in the House and the eventual bill for Chapter 180. So I think it would be helpful to understand what we actually can do under the law. So I would ask EC Council if you can just give us some clarity on what we can actually strike in these areas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am just pulling up the language that applies to this section. If you could just give me a few more minutes. Thank you.
And I also, this is a good time to thank everyone who has opined, who's come in to provide comment both at the public hearing, through the public comment period as well, because that is very informative. So I just want to make sure we go through everything and then figure out what can be done under the law. Commissioner Roy?
Thank you. And while EC Lopez works on that, I have a question for you, Madam Chair. You had sent a letter and commissioners were copied on July 14th, 2022 to dear honorable conferees, Senator Michael Roderick, Senator Joe Comerford, Senator Ryan Fatman, Representative Dan Donahue, Representative Joseph Wagner, Representative Matthew Muratori. And I'll just highlight one section of the letter. I firmly believe the language found in S2823, removing barriers to employment for marijuana established agents, is critical to combating the unregulated market and satisfying our equity mandate. The language reads as follows. Section 20, Section 4 of Chapter 94G of the general laws as appearing in the 2020 official edition is hereby amended in a paragraph 3, subsection A half by striking the following words, quote, employment or quote, unquote, and further by inserting at the end of the paragraph the following words, quote, provided further that a prior criminal conviction or other criminal case disposition shall not disqualify an individual or otherwise affect eligibility for employment in connection with a marijuana establishment other than an independent testing laboratory unless the offense involved the distribution of a controlled substance, including marijuana, to a minor, end quote. This language, which you were supportive of, was passed in statute in Chapter 180. And I just was curious the intent of your legislative outreach. When you did that outreach letter, were you in support of the intentional removing of automatic disqualifiers for sex offenders, or was this an unintentional consequence for specifically around sex offenders?
Commissioner Roy.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so there's a few things here. I didn't write the language. That language was an amendment provided by a member of the Senate that eventually was unanimously approved by every member of the Senate. Your question now is in terms, I feel like we're conflating a few different things that are happening now. I want to make sure we're drafting and that we're editing as we go, but you're asking me about my intention. I believe I spoke on the record on July 28th during our public meeting about my intentions behind my advocacy efforts and my support. And I'll restate it now. if that would provide some additional clarity. The reasoning for that is because it was in order to create more gainful employment for quarry-involved individuals, because we are mandated to positively impact people, individuals from communities who have been most harmed by the war on drugs. And my advocacy was to ensure that we're not continuing the collateral consequences that follow people who have criminal records and have been entangled in the criminal justice system. Specifically when we talk about cannabis. So it's allowing people to come into this industry legally, in the regulated industry, for doing what is essentially now legalized. It is about creating more gainful employment, and it's also on the public safety side, giving us the ability to register people as agents, to diminish the legacy market, and to identify and provide legal means of employment so that we are no longer, we would diminish that legacy market. And I quoted my predecessor, Britta McBride, on that day on July 28th, because I saw that as a continuation of some of the efforts that went into the creation of the delivery license type, because it was the same rationale and the same reasoning that's been supported throughout this commission. I said that on the 28th, and I would welcome if you wanted to, or anyone else who's watching now who wants to view my statements on the record. But again, I'm not a member of the legislature. I'm not a senator. I'm not a representative. I did not vote for this language, but I use my authority and my abilities as a commissioner to advocate for this, because I do believe that this will create more gainful employment for people who have criminal records, and a space that essentially was illegal less than about 6 years ago. So yes, that was my intention, and I stand behind that. And I've thanked every member of the Senate. I've thanked the members of the House. I've thanked the drafter and the creator of that language as well, on the record. I see E.C. Lopez, and I don't want us to go into another conversation that is not about going through the draft we have in front of us and revising the language we have here. But I hope that that provides added clarity to you, Commissioner Roy, and to any member of the public who is listening right now, because there seems to be confusion about what our authority is and what we do here at the Cannabis Control Commission. With that said, I will give it over to E.C. Lopez, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So I am happy to speak on this both on two fronts, one from a legal perspective and from my capacity as being the team that receives all suitability, analyzes all suitability matters that come through the agency. I'm very familiar with the suitability standards. So in terms of the public comment that we received regarding objections to removing some of the suitability rows, in particular those pertaining to sex offenses, I will say that I have read through those comments. My team and I have reviewed them from a legal standpoint as well. And the commission is, as I've said in many instances before, we're bound by the plain language of the law. And our jurisdiction is defined by the jurisdiction that the legislature puts forth for us. Our authority is to carry out and effectuate the intent of the legislature and to interpret the legislature's statute in that respect. In this instance, the language pertaining to our suitability standards in the statute is quite clear and actually very broad. It says, and provided further that a prior criminal conviction or other criminal case disposition shall not disqualify an individual or otherwise affect eligibility for employment. That language is very clearly supporting a stance and an expectation that criminal history and criminal conviction is no longer a proper basis for the commission to exclude individuals from employment as agents in the industry. And for that reason, I do believe that the commission is well within its authority to strike all of the standards from the suitability tables that pertain to a prior criminal conviction or other criminal case disposition, including those relative to sex offenses. The legislature did not parse through certain kinds of criminal convictions, identifying some that were okay or some that were not. It included this in connection also with the act to promote equity. So that broad language does make sense given some of the larger overhaul objectives that the legislature had for promoting equity across the board in the industry. So that would be that's been my legal conclusion. And after taking into consideration the public comment and asking some of my very brilliant and talented attorneys to also look into it, that conclusion still stands.
Thank you, E.C. Lopez. Commissioner Roy?
Thank you, E.C. Lopez. So just so I have clear, full understanding, is that due to statute, the commission can no longer, a prior criminal conviction or other criminal case disposition shall not disqualify an individual. That's correct, right? That's a correct understanding. It's the criminal conviction or criminal case disposition.
Is that directed to E.C. Lopez? E.C. Lopez?
That's the
Thank you, Madam
standard.
Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. This section starts off speaking to our obligation to establish qualifications for licensures and minimum standards for employment in the industry that speak to suitability. And yes, the amendment does state that a prior criminal conviction or other criminal case disposition shall not disqualify an individual or otherwise affect eligibility for employment in connection with a marijuana establishment. With certain exceptions. The legislature did make certain exceptions, and that's something else to note here as well. The legislature did deliberately make an exception for those seeking employment at an independent testing lab, and the legislature made a second exception specifically for criminal offenses that involve the distribution of a controlled substance, including marijuana, to a minor. So where the legislature made those deliberate efforts to carve out those two exceptions, we do not have the authority to read additional exceptions into that.
Okay,
Sorry,
and
Potvin, hold on, sorry. I just want to make sure. I saw Director Potvin. Did you have a comment that you wanted to add?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just about to make the same statement based on the analysis that E.C. Lopez just made at the end of her comments, and I concur with them 100%.
Thank you, Director Potvin. Commissioner Roy?
there's also a catch-all phrase, and I could you read that language, E.C. Lopez? There's like a catch-all phrase that the commission could employ.
E.C. Lopez?
Madam Chair, absolutely. Thank you, Commissioner Roy. So in each suitability table, as there's table A speaks to licensees and owners, and then tables B through E speak specifically to agents. And each of those tables does have a final suitability standard that is meant to be a catch-all for circumstances that may not be foreseeable. And so that final suitability standard reads, the applicant or licensee's prior actions posed or would likely pose a risk to the public health, safety, or welfare, and the risk posed by the applicant's or licensee's actions relates or would likely relate to the operation of a marijuana establishment.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank our legal team for the review of this. And I know we can't discuss what legislative intent might have been. I do think, and if I might just reflect for a minute, I think Commissioner Concepcion, everything you talked about in terms of your testimony, I think was spot on. And it was talking about people with past marijuana convictions or past arrests due to the disproportionate impact of her enforcement of our marijuana laws.
Yes.
I will personally state I don't understand. I'm struggling with, obviously, sex offenses. I see in a different category than maybe what our pursuits were, but obviously That's kind of the piece of the table that we're talking about now. I do have some concerns. I have some serious concerns, especially in this first table. We're talking about marijuana establishment agents, delivery agents, delivery operator agents, and anybody working in a retail establishment. My concern in reading this, I just want to express it and share it with everybody, is those are positions in our regulated industry where a person may have to present a level of personal information. Here's my ID. You'll see my name. You'll see my address. You'll see my age. Delivery, obviously, showing up at an individual's home. So I have a general policy concern, obviously, about that. And what I am interested in hearing is this new catch-all. Maybe catch-all isn't the right place, but it is obviously what I consider that kind of last stand or last defense of this commission to fully ensure public health and safety and equity. And I'd be curious, either from Enforcement Council's perspective or licenses perspective, because this is a new section within the table, how they might envision, and I don't want them to get too hypothetical, but how they might envision this part of the table working within their responsibilities in their review of agent applications for registration and everything else that comes in the door.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. And EC Council, before I give you the floor to comment, Commissioner Stebbins, you raise a lot of valid concerns. And I think that it's helpful, and I'm glad that Commissioner Roy asked her questions, because I flagged sort of the more substantive conversation around this that occurred on July 28th during our public meeting, because there were some points there that I think it's important for the public to understand, for licensees, stakeholders, agents, so on and so forth. And that is that, first, what this language does is it does not require sex offenders to be hired. So I don't want this to be misinterpreted as that. Employers still retain that ability to have that discretion, but there's also federal protections and requirements that state that employers are required to assess potential employees based on the positions that they're hiring for. So I think we can still continue to have the conversation and figure out if there's something we can do here in light of the new law. But I wanted to provide that on the record too, because I think that that is information that is really important here. And there needs to just be more clarity about what this actually does. And in light of those federal protections that still remain in existence, those requirements by employers that still remain. So they still have to maintain and provide a safe workplace environment, and they have to consider the conditions and requirements of that job. And that's under OSHA, that's under the US, and let me just make sure I'm doing my correct quotation, but I know I said this on the 28th as well. The US Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, as well as the Massachusetts Attorney General's Office. But I think that in light of this, I do think it's important, and I will take this on to make sure that every person who's interested and everyone who could benefit from this information has a better understanding of those protections that continue to exist. But you also raised a valid question about that that look back period, because I think even during our public hearing, there were comments about the look back period. So EC Lopez, I will give you the floor to provide comment to Commissioner Stebbins and provide clarity about the look back period and how we utilize information, if there's any kind of time constraint in terms of how far back we can look.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With respect to the final suitability standard that is at the end of each table, regarding public health, safety, or welfare risks or concerns that are related to the operation of a marijuana establishment. To answer your question, Commissioner Stebbins, what we as a department would do is we would review whether or not a person, in terms of assessing whether or not that standard should apply to a person, we would be conducting that suitability analysis consistent with the law, consistent with the statute. And in terms of the look back period, the look back period currently is 5 years, which means 5 years from the date. Let's say this is an agent who submitted an application to the Commission for registration. It would be 5 years from the date that they submitted the application. That would be the scope of review. So if something happened on year 6 or 7 preceding the date of that application, that is beyond the scope of our reach for purposes of relying on this standard as a basis to find someone unsuitable or recommend that someone is unsuitable to work as an agent in the industry.
Now, EC Lopez, I have a follow-up question for that. Are there other areas of our regulations that would allow us to still consider a person's record or their, for lack of a better word, if we're worried about the workplace environment in terms of safety, are we able to look beyond that time frame?
Not under the regulations as currently written. And again, under the statute, we do not have the authority to rely on criminal history as a ground for excluding an individual from working in the cannabis industry, with certain exceptions that the legislature identified, and the other exception being owners. So those who are seeking to become owners, persons or entities with direct or indirect control, criminal history, prior criminal conviction, that those are still grounds that the commission may rely on to make a finding or recommend that that person is unsuitable to hold a cannabis license or be a person or entity with direct control over a marijuana establishment. But with respect to agents, that is not the case.
So what I'm understanding is that we do have the ability to expand that look back period. Like that is within our authority here at the CCC. Is that a correct interpretation?
Madam Chair, yes. The commission may, as a matter of policy, decide that they want to expand the look back period for the public health, safety, and welfare suitability standard beyond 5 years.
So
that is not required by statute.
That's good to know. And I feel like this is an area and a section that we can and probably should amend in this section, is just to create a longer look back period. Commissioner Roy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is for EC Lopez. Would that catch all the applicants or licensees' prior actions posed or would likely pose a risk to public health, safety, or welfare? And the risk posed by the applicants or licensees' actions relates or would likely relate to the operation of a marijuana establishment. How short, I know we cannot look at criminal history per statute. How do you apply that standard? And from an enforcement perspective, how are you able to apply that without being able to look at, does a new crime have to, does a new incident have to happen? How do you apply that from an enforcement standard? Is it toothless? Like you're not able to look at criminal history?
Commissioner Roy, do you mind repeating your question?
Sure, absolutely. So the standard where there might be a question whether an applicant or licensee's prior actions would pose a risk to public health, safety, or welfare.
Let me do this a different way. Can you tell us where to look and we'll follow you? So tell us.
Absolutely. So in the tables, the last column across, row across has that language.
What page are you on?
So it's okay. So let's see. Page 154. The very bottom.
Printout stops at 89, right? Printout stops. Commissioner,
on the electronic copy I have it on it says table B.
It's literally the last section. in the bottom.
Table D.
B, it says table B.
Okay.
If I
So
may-
you're talking about the look back period. You're talking about the look back period.
No, I'm talking about the phrase that says the applicant or licensee's prior actions posed or would like, I'm not talking about the look back period. I'm just asking from an enforcement perspective, without the ability to look at criminal history, how do you apply this standard?
But
Page
this
89.
standard, thank you. This standard, if I'm not mistaken, is the look back period. EC Lopez, can you clarify that for me?
Absolutely, Madam Chair. The standard that Commissioner Roy is referring to, it's on page, you can use page 86. It's at the end of each suitability table. So the
Right.
suitability standard is the applicant or licensee's prior actions posed or would likely pose a risk to the public health, safety, or welfare, and the risk posed by the applicant or licensee's actions relates or would likely relate to the operation of a marijuana establishment.
And
So
when we
that's
say
the
look back
suitability
period,
standard.
is this what we're, so I just want to make sure we're all thinking about the same thing.
Yep.
No, this is not.
So
what
if
we're
you-
thinking.
If you look at
Easy,
the
Lucas.
suitability row, there are 3 columns. The first column says preceding 5 years. That's the look back period. The
Right.
middle column is the suitability standard. And then the third column is the suitability outcome if the standard applies.
Okay, go ahead, Commissioner Roy, please.
Okay, thank you. So without the ability to take into account a person's criminal history per statute, we no longer have that ability. This standard, from an enforcement perspective, how do you determine someone who is posing a public health safety risk without this ability? And I know we don't have this ability, but from an enforcement perspective, how are you able to establish this standard or apply it without that ability? Like, what are your other means or options?
EC
Madam
Lopez?
Chair. Thank you. Commissioner Roy, that standard has actually, when it has been raised as a potential question to someone's suitability, it has always concerned non-criminal matters. So for example, an example might be if someone was charged if someone is charged with a civil matter that raises questions about public health, safety, or welfare. So is involved in, a large scale, civil action that's alleging, insider trading on a massive scale, or the defrauding of numerous consumers through actions that were undertaken as part of a nefarious scheme. Civil matters that were not previously covered by the suitability standards. This was a suitability standard that could allow the commission to explore whether or not those kinds of instances created suitability problems under the standard, or perhaps the bribery of a public official would be an example of something that could fall under this standard. But it has never customarily been used for criminal related matters. What I would say is that with respect to this standard, we, as I said before, would assess any suitability matter that is referred to us consistent with the statute. We would not rely on this standard to circumvent the statute. I would not counsel that anyway. I can just say that I would not counsel that the agency do that.
Thank you, EC Lopez. Commissioner Roy?
Thank you, EC Lopez. So therefore, this standard cannot be applied to criminal behavior or alleged criminal risk, a criminal risk. Let me rephrase that. So this standard cannot be applied to a criminal risk to public health, safety, or welfare.
EC Lopez?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would counsel against relying on this standard to address concerns with a criminal conviction or prior criminal case disposition, because that would run afoul of our obligations under the statute.
Thank you, EC Lopez. Commissioner Camargo?
Thank you. I'm sort of jumping ahead a little bit here just because we know that this is, it's a key topic, and I think all the questions and all the comments that have come in, we've acknowledged all of them. The, public hearing folks came, we had elected officials, so I think we appreciate all those. And so again, I'm going to jump ahead a little bit. There's a lot of education that needs to happen around the suitability, all of it, not just sex offenders. Because everyone's always asking, everyone, Commissioner Concepcion, to your point earlier in terms of your comment of folks that, want to work and have criminal convictions and, still don't understand it, the process, and let alone sex offenders, as well. But will there be guidance and education on these suitability charts after this regulatory process? I've spent most of my career in the criminal justice system, in court, and it is not easy to understand the day-to-day legalities of any of these things. So for me, I know I'm jumping ahead, but I'm really curious to really hear maybe from our compliance team, or I don't know how it works, but I would really also recommend that there is a big sort of push for guidance and education around these suitability charts. Because at the end of the day, when we think about this industry, we think about folks who have been disproportionately harmed by prohibition and enforcement in this industry. And there's folks making millions of dollars, and they're still letting out the person who has that conviction over marijuana and whatnot. So, and I know we're not just talking about criminal convictions, we're talking about a lot of stuff, but I just want to make sure that we're also doing that as well.
Thank you, Commissioner Camargo. I can actually respond to that. And before Chapter 180's passage, there was already a working group in existence that was dedicated to creating a guidance document around suitability, because there was a tremendous amount of misinformation and lack of understanding about our suitability charts. So it resulted in people either self-eliminating or potential employers choosing not to continue the employment process because they didn't know what was permissible or impermissible based on our suitability charts. And it directly rubbed against not only the mandate, but a lot of the courses and advocacy efforts that have been occurring throughout the state to assist people who have criminal records. So I say all that to say, yes, there continues to be a need for education. I am personally, as soon as we're done with regulations, I do plan on working with members of the staff to create a guidance document, because I think even this conversation shows a lack of understanding about what has occurred here, the reason for it, and sort of the overall impact. So it is a larger universe of people that are being impacted by this, and hopefully we'll have the ability to no longer have those barriers, even with self-eliminating, because I think based off of one of our hearings, in fact, there was an assertion that they still, someone with a prior record for a cannabis-related prior record wouldn't apply because they believe that our suitability charts was a barrier. Director Potvin?
Thank you, Chair. And this is not so much as a contribution to the policy discussion going on, but more so as a support and advocacy of the work done by our communications team, especially our equity program and community outreach team. And I will be happy to face the music if I'm wrong. One, yes, there can never be enough communication about policy. That has to continue, but I know from my interactions with them over the past year that they have been updating websites, updating language. Yes, I agree with you. Maybe there needs to be a guidance document on suitability, because it can be dense, especially for people who legal terms and legal situations. We're talking about criminal offenses and criminal convictions and dispositions, and people don't necessarily know what that means. And I understand that. But the communications team, the EPCO team, did update their website at some point within the last year. I put the link in the chat because I was happy to work with them to be able to, at least in one way, and again, it could be many ways, but at least in one way to provide some clarity, especially to our social equity participants, about what the suitability standards were at the time a year ago. And it may be less than a year because in it, it's also talking about Chapter 180 and the changes and how we're enforcing it as of November 9th of 2022. So I want to put that out there because I know that they take a lot of pride in trying to reach as many people as possible. So the efforts have been taken on this front, but obviously we can always do more.
Thank you, Director Potvin. And the one other note I will state is where you really see this rub is through our social equity program. And that was because we had participants who were admitted into the social equity program, but they could not then work in one of the licensed establishments because of those suitability standards. So that happened pretty frequently. Director Potvin?
And that can be confusing, understandably so. And I am definitely empathetic with that situation that some people might find themselves in, that, oh, I can qualify for this program, but I can't be licensed or I can't be an agent. Just two additional points on that front. First, Chapter 55 of the Acts of 2017 did carve out an exception for marijuana-related offenses, even as they pertain to felonies, even as they pertain to licensees. There was a specific carve-out. So it was all other drugs except for marijuana-related offenses. That may not encompass everybody that we wanted to, but that's how the law was written. Secondly, and a tribute, and my recollection is that when Enforcement Counsel Lopez joined the commission, one of her first responsibilities, and excellently implemented, was to develop for social equity program participants who have been accepted into the program the ability to fill out a yes or no application within Mass CIP that would tell them and give them an automatic response as soon as they submitted the yes or no answers. It would give them an answer, I wouldn't say predetermination, but at least a presumptive determination based on what they represented in the application. It would tell them whether they had any potential suitability issues. And that application is available to all social equity participants through Mass CIP to this day. And I can tell you that it's being utilized. So there are some tools out there, as well as the communication strategies, but I also have to give credit to her because it is an efficient government process that, based on a programming element, they get an automatic response based on their voluntary answers.
Thank you, Director Potvin. I feel like I'm going to direct us right now, because we have regulations in front of us. I see both hands. We have regulations in front of us. So what I will ask is for recommendations. So if you have recommended language, let's get to the language and let's make the edits. Commissioner Roy.
Well, I do have one question, which I hope I'm able to get an answer for, and I do have recommended edits. I do. I do. Okay. I just need clarification from EC Lopez. So according to the sex offender, and let me just rewind for a second. We're all empathetical with that situation, and this is to be applauded. I have grave concerns about sex offenders, and everything else is standing ovation. Sex offenders, especially level 3 sex offenders, having access to personal identification and delivering to families' homes.
Commissioner Roy, I'll pause you for a second. Your frustration seems to be misdirected. Your frustration should be towards the legislature. We are here, so we have to move forward with what we have in front of us. That's the only thing I want to say.
Yes, and thank you. And I do have language.
Okay.
And it is proposed for the table where it says failure to register as a sex offender in any jurisdiction. It says indefinite in the first column, failure to register as a sex offender in any jurisdiction, and mandatory disqualifications. All of those were struck.
Mhm.
I am making a proposal to unstrike them.
Okay.
And it's based on. Is okay?
Yeah, I
You
was
mean-
waiting for you to, yes, please.
Yes, okay. So, hold on one second. Okay, so chapter 94G only provides that a prior criminal conviction or criminal case disposition shall not disqualify an individual or otherwise affect eligibility for employment.
Mhm.
The new language, what I'm proposing, the new language applies only to criminal disposition. It does not prohibit the use of civil disposition. In this case, the proposed new suitability standard is not based on criminal conviction. Instead, it is based on a civil determination of the Sex Offender Registry Board. That is, an individual is required to register as a sex offender. A person is only required to register after as a sex offender is a multi-step process, including a hearing if requested, a final determination that an individual is notified if they have a duty to register as a sex offender, and their classification level. In addition, an individual has.
Wait,
Why am I
Commissioner, I
being
just want to
stopped?
make sure I just want to make sure I'm looking at the right language. You're on page 85. You're looking at, just direct us so we can follow where, so
Sure.
you want to
So
unstrike.
there's three
Okay.
columns. The first
Mhm.
column says indefinite. The second column says failure to register as a sex offender in any jurisdiction. And then it says mandatory disqualification. Those were all struck.
Hold on, pause. I just want to, I gotta find where you are. Do you know what page you're on?
I'm on the, hold on.
It's page 85 of our printed document.
At the bottom.
Okay. Oh, at the very bottom. Okay.
Okay.
Failure to register.
Okay.
Okay, got it. Okay.
Okay,
please
so
continue.
I am proposing we reinsert that language, and I'm giving you the rationale why, because it does not conflict with statute. It would be based on a civil determination. And an individual has 30 days to appeal this civil determination to Superior Court. Under the proposed suitability standards for Table B, an individual will have to go through an entire civil process described. And any appeals to the suitability standard trigger a disqualification. So this would be based on a civil determination, not criminal. So the Sex Offender Registry Board, by the way, the Massachusetts Sex Offender Registry Board classifies level 3 sex offenders as having a high public threat, pose a high degree of danger to the public. This is the Massachusetts Sex Offender Registry Board classifies level 3 sex offenders as having a high degree of danger to the public. The Massachusetts Cannabis Control Board Commission
Commissioner Wright,
is.
I'll pause you.
Yep.
Let's see if we have consensus. I don't have an objection to that.
Okay.
Commissioners Camargo and Stebbins, are there any objections to that language being unstricken? Okay, hold on. E.C. Lopez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I certainly appreciate the conversation, but I do feel that I have an obligation to provide this board with a little more understanding of the laws surrounding sex offender registry. And that way you are informed in your policy conversation and staying mindful and within legal bounds of the statute. So again, we did receive the public comment and we did review it and consider it and take that opportunity to look into the laws surrounding the Sex Offender Registry Board. I will say that failure to register as a sex offender is a criminal, comes with a criminal conviction. It is a crime that is punishable by imprisonment in Massachusetts. So that's something to keep in mind. But in terms of the Sex Offender Registry Board, while I understand that's an agency that renders a civil determination relative to how one is registered as a sex offender, the overwhelming majority of circumstances in which someone comes before the Sex Offender Registry Board is due to a criminal conviction. So relying solely on the civil administrative process that is rendered by an agency to make that determination for individuals who are arriving before that board for criminal conviction purposes, because that's what brings them there. That would essentially be a circumvention of the statute. There are very limited circumstances in which a person can be registered as a sex offender for civil related reasons that usually pertains to mental illness. So what I would say is, if this is a policy that the commission is going to explore, the outcome you might find yourself with is that individuals with criminal convictions are treated more favorably under your policy than individuals who are required to register before the Sex Offender Registry Board or receive that determination for civil related reasons that pertain to mental illness. So that's something to keep in mind.
Thank you, EC Lopez. Commissioner Stebbins?
Question for Enforcement Counsel Lopez. And I do see, I do hear your objection about reinstating the language of failure to register, because that could be conceived as that is could carry a criminal conviction if you don't file correctly, right? Is that my understanding of what you said? Okay. Help me think through. And again, everything we're discussing here, I appreciate it that it's trying to create regulations that comply with the law, but I also need to feel a level of comfort that regulations we're creating are, one, operable for our team, and we always have questions about how does this play out, how does this materialize within the operations of our commission. But I think sometimes we need to look at the regs and think, how do we maintain our responsibility of protecting the health, safety, and welfare of folks in Massachusetts within this silo of the cannabis industry? Is it possible, and it sounds like you've done a lot more reading about the Sex Offender Board and its roles and responsibilities than I have, but I do know that there are classifications within that. And that, I think as Commissioner Roy referenced, Category 2 and Category 3 are folks who have been determined by that board to be more at risk of reoffending. Would the commission have any space or any wherewithal to decide that if you have a level 2 or level 3 determination, that you would not be suitable for working in the cannabis industry? I pose that as a question again. I wanted clarification on your thoughts on the idea of reinstating the language, but also, again, we're trying to balance being mindful of the law as well as being mindful of our responsibilities. And I'm just thinking through this notion of those folks. I'm really worried about putting folks who have been designated as likely to reoffend in a position where they're gaining access to personal information. But go ahead, Enforcement Counsel.
EC Lopez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I mentioned this earlier, but I think it bears repeating. Our authority to act is limited by the legislature. The legislature sets the bounds in terms of the space that we operate in. That bound is set by the statute. The legislature has not expressed the same desire to create an exception for this group of individuals. And I would not counsel the agency to adopt policy that seeks to circumvent what the legislature has provided in the statute. When it comes to the failure to register as a sex offender, that is a crime in the state of Massachusetts. When it comes to those who appear before the Sex Offender Registry Board, those who are appearing before the board are there because of a criminal conviction. And for the minority of individuals who are not there for a criminal conviction, that is because they've been classified as a sexually dangerous person, and that is pertaining to mental illness. That would be the civil aspect of this. And if the commission were to create an exclusion of that group, that would lead to an absurd result where individuals who have been classified as sexually dangerous for reasons pertaining to mental illness under a civil process are not allowed to work in industry, but individuals who have a criminal conviction are. I would counsel against reviving the language that was stricken.
Thank you, C. Lopez. Commissioner Roy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm proposing language instead of failure to register as a sex offender in any jurisdiction, registered as a sex offender in Massachusetts or any other jurisdiction. Therefore, the failure component is removed, which triggers a criminal action. So registered as a sex offender in Massachusetts or other jurisdiction. Now, your counsel, we don't necessarily have to go with your counsel as far as circumvention of because I read it differently. As far as this, the statute is expressly clear that we cannot use criminal conviction or criminal case disposition. In this case, we're using a civil disposition. And I know you said it circumvents the law, but on its face, we're using if we strictly interpret statute, we are not circumventing the law. And if we use registered as a sex offender, as opposed to failure to register, that would not trigger anything else.
Okay, so right now, Commissioner Roy, you are recommending that the language read register as a sex offender in any jurisdiction, that be added here in place of failure to register as a sex offender in any jurisdiction.
Yeah, close. I would put registered as a sex offender in Massachusetts or any other jurisdiction. Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, thank you.
Are there any questions or comments from my fellow commissioners? Commissioner Camargo?
Yeah, I just want to make sure, I know we've been back and forth and there's a lot of legalities and stuff here, but I want to make sure that the proposed language that Commissioner Roy is proposing is good from a legal perspective. I just want to hear it again for clarification. I know our acting general counsel is also here, but I just wanted to, make sure.
Are you, I guess, okay, I see E.C. Lopez. E.C. Lopez?
Sure, Madam Chair. So I will say that reviving a suitability standard to disqualify an individual on the basis of their registration as a sex offender, given the fact that persons who are registered as sex offender appear before the Sex Offender Registry Board because of a criminal conviction, would violate the law. I counsel against it.
Thank you, E.C. Lopez. Acting General Counsel Carter?
Yes, I would align myself with the comments made by Councilor Lopez as well.
Thank you. Commissioner Camargo?
Thank you.
Commissioner Roy?
Again, I'll just rephrase: a strict interpretation of a statute is criminal. We are basing our suitability determination it would be based on a civil disposition. Statute does not speak to a civil disposition. Therefore, it is not in conflict with statute. And registering those registered does not trigger a failure to register. So
Commissioner Camargo?
I disagree with
Commissioner Roy, do you have other amendments for this section that we can hear before we decide on this? Because I'll be curious if you have any other recommendations.
Commissioner Roy?
No, that's the only one.
Okay.
Director Potvin?
Obviously, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Commissioner Roy. Thank you, the entire commission. Obviously, this is some emotional and heated and very serious conversations, and I get why it's happening. And I applaud it for having this conversation. I just, regardless of however the commission ultimately goes, one thing I want to just give some clarification as a prior prosecutor is that criminal dispositions, in a sense, could include guilty, not guilty, dismiss, continue without a finding, but the disposition also, more likely than not, comes with conditions. And in the sense of sex offenders, while I've never handled one of those cases, one of the conditions, more likely than not, will be to register as a sex offender in those types of cases, which therefore would be very linear to the term used in the law, criminal disposition. So as E.C. Lopez and Acting General Counsel Carter have stated, this is a statutory requirement. There were exceptions provided for. It is law. And I do concur with them that we need to operate within the law as prescribed by the legislature.
Thank you, Director Potvin. Commissioner Roy?
Does this body have to agree with council, and can this body, we have the authority to decide on our own despite the advice of council? We have that authority. I'm just.
Is that question directed towards any individual?
Carter, Attorney Carter, Acting General Counsel Carter.
Acting General Counsel Carter.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. Ultimately, you are the policymakers, and the counsel that you have received today, you will weigh it. But if we are potentially passing a regulation that may conflict with statute, that does invite the risk of challenge.
Commissioner Roy?
I'd like to make a motion to insert that language, if I may.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Sure, and I apologize. I'm going to go back to some basic operational questions that I want to feel a level of comfort about. I think it was raised before this Enforcement Counsel Lopez's project of creating a questionnaire where somebody could determine their suitability. And first of all, let me state, applaud that effort. Saw it in gaming. You don't want people to be chilled from not stepping forward and pursuing an opportunity. We talk about that all the time. In that tool that you put together, was there a question about whether somebody had been jailed for a sex offense? Or, I mean, failure to register on a sex offender is you failed to register. But was that a question that was put on our suitability tool?
E.C. Lopez?
Thank you, Madam Chair. That tool was created under the prior suitability standards. So it would have asked about each of the suitability standards, and I believe it did also ask about sex offense.
Okay. If I can ask another question to either Enforcement Counsel or Attorney Carter. Is there, I'm thinking a little bit of bigger employment law, and obviously employers, and I think, Chair, you pointed this out, employers have certain rights.
Obligations, I should say.
Obligations.
Yes.
Obligations, thank you. Certainly certain obligations, certain things that they can pursue when they're considering employment of an individual. Kind of the broad brush approach is, I want to hire you. Now I have the ability to go and do a background check. And it is consideration of all those elements that they might find through a background check that they make an ultimate determination based on position, based on the individual, whether they want to hire somebody. is there anything that would prohibit us is the Cannabis Commission to raise our concern over this, and much to your point, Chair, about who we might be asking for help in this case to correct what might be a legislative oversight, might not be a legislative oversight. But to remind our licensees, the folks who are out there hiring job candidates, remind them of their rights and remind them of our concern over this regulatory change that we have to make. Is there anything that prohibits from putting that advocacy or offering that type of technical assistance to one of our licensees?
Commissioner Stebbins, I think, and I see Acting General Counsel Carter, so I will let him also respond. But we still have suitability requirements within our regulations, and I believe 500.450 subsection 12 might go to what you're asking in terms of the requirements of employers and licensees. So I will pause there. I will ask Acting General Carter to respond, and then I will ask EC Lopez if you can provide some clarity around that regulation that still remains in effect. So Acting General Counsel Carter, please.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And in an attempt to answer Commissioner Stebbins' question, so our licensees, the business owners, there is a duty that they owe the people that visit their business, whether it's a consumer, a customer, whether it is a vendor, whether it is a supplier, whether it is a an employee. It's a duty of care, right? They are owed a reasonable care, which means to take appropriate steps to protect them from harm. So those are the obligations that are on all businesses, and I believe, Madam Chair, you did speak to this earlier.
Thank you, Acting General Counsel Carter. EC Lopez. So my question to you was around that section of our regulations 500.450.12. I guess I'm wondering if this is a section that might speak to Commissioner Stebbins' question as well.
Commissioner Stebbins, can you please repeat the question?
That's a good question. Let me take a shot at it. It's raising, at least for me, there's a lot of frustration in review of the suitability table, and it's been pointed out, and its compliance with Chapter 180. My question is, does this commission have the authority to essentially issue a notice, issue some type of memorandum, again, reminding employers of their authorities and responsibilities with respect to the hiring of a marijuana establishment agent? Things entitled to them under the law, things that, again, probably some notification is going to go out when these regs are adopted, but and then I was also looking for 450 as the chair suggested, but I'm not finding it.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes, please.
So I think that we've talked a lot in this conversation about providing guidance to licensees on their employment and hiring decisions. So there's nothing that is preventing the CCC from providing guidance to that effect, but I wouldn't counsel the agency to, in that guidance, explicitly promote a preference for the kinds of individuals that an ME should or should not hire.
Commissioner Roy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have motion language, if I may.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm proposing as motion language for the Commission to insert in Table B Time period, indefinite. Precipitating issue, sex offender registration. Registered as a sex offender in Massachusetts or other jurisdictions. Result, mandatory disqualification.
Commissioner Roy has made a motion. Is there a second?
Can you drop that into the chat, Commissioner?
We might have to recess for a minute. That's all. Could we take a 5-minute recess so I can put this in the chat, Madam Chair? Is that okay?
We can take a 5-minute recess. It is now 4:35, so we can recess until 4:40.
Thank you.
Commissioner Roy, can I have a motion to recess until 4:40, please?
So moved.
Commissioner Stebbins, can I have a second?
Second.
I will now do a call to roll. Commissioner Camargo,
Aye.
Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
The chair votes aye. We are now recessed until 4:40. Commissioner Roy, are you back? I can see you typing.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just quickly typed and sent the proposed language.
Okay. Did you want
I can
to
reread
it? Yes, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. Okay, the motion is as follows: to insert the following language in section 500.802, table B of the Commission's suitability standards. Insert under time period the words quote indefinite. Insert under precipitating issue the words quote sex offender registered as a sex offender in Massachusetts or other jurisdiction end quote. Insert under result the words quote mandatory disqualification.
Thank you. And Commissioner Roy, would you mind restating? You mind restating your motion so that we have it back on the table as well?
Sure. I move to insert the following language in section 500.802, table B of the Commission's suitability standards. Insert under the time period the word quote indefinite. Insert under precipitating issue the words quote sex offender underneath that registered as a sex offender in Massachusetts or other jurisdiction end quote. Insert under result the words quote mandatory disqualification.
Thank you. Commissioner
Thank
Roy
you.
has a motion on the floor. Is there a second? Commissioner Stebbins?
Yeah, just a question, and thank you, Commissioner Roy. Just looking through the other tables as well. So your motion is to only include it in table B?
Yes.
Madam Chair, I'll second the motion for the purposes of a vote.
Okay. We have a motion from Commissioner Roy, seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. I will now do a call of the roll. Commissioner Stebbins?
No.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Camargo?
No.
The chair votes no, and it's for the reasons outlined by the three attorneys we have with us, E.C. Lopez and Acting General Counsel Carter as well. The motion fails. 1 in favor, 3 opposed. The motion fails. Acting General Counsel Carter?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think at this point, I would welcome the commissioner's other edits in other sections of the suitability tables. I believe now would be appropriate time to discuss if there are any.
Okay, thank you. Are there any additional edits for the remaining agent suitability section of our draft regulations? Commissioner Stebbins?
Just some clarity. I'm not sure if we resolved whether we wanted to, or maybe I didn't hear the answer. We had talked about the new language for, I guess, kind of the catch-all, and whether we had agreed that we should leave it as the preceding 5 years or whether we wanted to expand it to the preceding 10 years.
Commissioner Stebbins, do you have a recommendation?
Again, if I can first ask either Attorney Carter or Enforcement Counsel Lopez, I think one of you might have offered an explanation as to the 5 years.
I asked, so I think you're referencing a question I had earlier for E.C. Lopez, and it was about our ability here. And I believe the response was, this is an area within our regulations where we do have the authority and the ability to expand that time frame. But E.C. Lopez, I'll let you provide some additional comment as well.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That is correct. The Look back period is a matter of policy that was determined by the inaugural commissioners, and the board does have the authority to modify that if it so wishes.
Thank you, EC Lopez. Commissioner Stebbins, with that information, do you have any additional comments?
Yes, thanks, Chair. I'm just looking to see if we need to make the change in table C and table. It looks like we would need to make the change in table B, C, and D. I would move that the commission approve a change of the time period in tables B, C, and D under the last suitability standard and amend the language to be the preceding 10 years.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. I will second your motion. We have a motion from Commissioner Stebbins. It's been seconded by myself. Commissioner Roy?
Can I make a friendly amendment at this point?
Yes.
I move to strike 10 years to indefinite.
Commissioner Stebbins?
I'm comfortable with that friendly amendment, but I would also see if council has any opinions on that and would want to weigh in.
EC Lopez?
Thank you, Madam Chair. What the look back period should be, that really is a policy decision, and I defer to the judgment of the policymakers on what you would want that to be if someone were to be recommended as unsuitable under this standard. The one clarification that I wanted to ask is, Commissioner Stebbins, I believe you said tables B, C, and D in your motion. Is it your intention to have a 10-year look back period for retail, cultivation, and product manufacturing agents, but not have a 10-year look back period for lab agents?
Commissioner Stebbins?
I would like to have it extend to lab agents. I'm not, for some reason in my printed version, I don't have that table. Is that table E?
That is table E.
Okay.
Acting General Counsel Carter.
Yes, if I may, thank you, Madam Chair. And Councilor Lopez, please correct me if I'm wrong. But based on the statutory changes, it was my understanding that tables A and E were not changed during this regulatory review period. So I did just want to flag for the body that the current look back period for table A and E is 5 years.
And Acting General Counsel Carter, I just want to make sure we're within scope. So if we were to amend table A and table E, would that do anything in terms of the scope of our regulatory drafting and creation here?
If I may, Madam Chair.
Yes, please.
It would be my suggestion that because table A and table E were not put out for public comment, that we may wish to contemplate revising at a further date to bring consistency if that was what the board so desired. But it would appear that there may be some period of differing standards amongst the catch-all phrase. And as Councilor Lopez said, this is ultimately a call for the body, but just sharing this information to inform your decision making.
And Acting General Counsel Carter, A is, can you just tell us what A applies to and E applies to, again, for the record?
Yes, absolutely. And I would, of course, welcome my colleague, Councilor Lopez, to jump in as well. So A applies to those with direct or indirect control. So they are those who are listed on our licenses. And table E relates to laboratory agents, and there was no change related to these particular tables, which is consistent with 180, which speaks to standards for employment.
Thank you, Acting General Counsel Carter. So just for added clarity, A and E were not amended or changed under Chapter 180, and there are still limitations in terms of individuals with criminal records. So you still are restricted from being a person in indirect or direct control, or being a lab agent, including for sex offenses as well. Acting General Counsel Carter, I just wanted to confirm for the record as well.
Yes, that is my understanding, but I certainly would welcome Councilor Lopez to correct me if I am wrong.
E.C. Lopez?
I apologize. I was actually going to speak on another matter, so I need someone to restate what the question is.
No, I was I'm stating for all of our purposes, for anybody watching, but also for the commissioners in particular, as we're thinking about Commissioner Stebbins, his motion with A and E, even though this might not be within the scope of this regulatory drafting period, A and E were not amended by Chapter 180. So for individuals having direct or indirect control, and for lab agents, the same suitability standards apply, meaning that the same criminal offenses are still restrictions, including sex offenses for individuals having indirect or direct control and lab agents. And so
Thank you, Madam.
Acting General Carter asks if you can just reaffirm that as well.
So thank you, Madam Chair. I will say that that is correct in part. A and E, those standards remain unchanged following the amendment of the statute. However, sex offense is not a basis for exclusion for lab agents. So that would be the difference between A and E. And then what I will note is now having heard from Attorney Carter, our acting general counsel, that A and E are out of scope. If the commission were to proceed with this policy change, it will result in two different standards in terms of the public health, safety, and welfare suitability standard. So if you are a retail, product manufacturing, or cultivating agent, and you are flagged for suitability review under this standard, based on the changes that are being considered by the board right now, the commission will be able to look back either 10 years or indefinitely into whether or not that standard should apply. But for an owner or a lab agent, the commission would only look back 5 years. And if it is, because those would be two different standards, without a policy basis for why those groups should be treated differently, other than the scope issue that you're facing right now, I would counsel against embracing two separate standards for those groups.
AC Lopez, I wonder, because I just referenced that the same changes didn't apply to those two table sets. Would that be a sufficient reason to have a different standard? Because there are different restrictions that apply for tables A and E.
It's whatever the policy basis is, if you have a policy basis for it, but up until now, it sounded like it was a matter of the desire was to have all of the agents and owners subject to the same standard, which they were all subject to the same look back standard before under this ground. And it seemed like that was the direction the board was going in, but for understanding that now two groups might be out of scope. So,
and I'll add some clarity for the record, because I believe that was Commissioner Stebbins' line of questioning and in developing his motion. But I will say, for my own, I'm in support of your motion, Commissioner Stebbins, and it's because of the differentiation between tables A and E in comparison to B, C, and D. So I will just state that, because there's a different there are different standards because of the changes of the law. Commissioner Camargo?
Yes, I just saw Rebecca also raising her hand. But the motion on the table right now, I know that Commissioner Stebbins, you put the 10-year look back, and then there was a friendly amendment to the motion. So I just want to make sure that we're clear, because I know Commissioner Concepcion, you just said that you're okay with Commissioner Stebbins' motion, but I wanted to understand which one. I too am in support of Commissioner Stebbins' motion with the 10-year look back. But I just wanted to make sure because there was a friendly amendment to it as well. So
your question is to me about whether I'm supporting the 10 or the indefinite?
well, not whether you're supporting it, but what are we talking about? Commissioner Stebbins' amendment with the friendly amendment or just his?
I believe, and Commissioner Stebbins, I'll give you the floor. Commissioner Stebbins.
Sure. And I appreciate the clarification about the other two tables, and appreciate the legal rationale for why they're outside of scope, and two, why it might be okay to make changes to B, C, and D, because even with them not being in scope. I did accept the friendly amendment to make the time period essentially for the look back to be indefinite.
Thank you,
For
Commissioner
B, C, and D.
For B, C, and D, correct.
Correct.
Okay.
So that's a
Commissioner Camargo.
so that's a new motion with pretty much with the amendment.
It would be a new motion. I would ask Commissioner Stebbins to restate his motion, but yes, so it's an amended motion. Yes.
Okay.
Commissioner Camargo, do you have any additional questions?
I would want to know. I would want to hear the indefinite. What does that mean? For public education.
I see Acting General Counsel Carter and Director Potvin. So I'm not sure if either or both of you have a comment, but I will look to see if there's a hint. Okay, Acting General Counsel Carter.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So ultimately, I would defer over to my colleagues over in enforcement because they are tasked with evaluating the tables and making suitability determinations. But I can speak just very briefly, high level. So it just expands the time, right? So as Councilor Lopez spoke to, they look to the date of when the application is submitted, and then they look back to whatever the time frame identified is. So presumably, and I know my colleagues in enforcement will correct me if I am wrong, presumably that look back period based on the date would not occur in these instances.
Thank you, Acting General Counsel Carter. Director Potvin, did you have an additional comment as well?
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, I concur with Acting General Counsel Carter.
Okay, thank you. Are there any additional questions or comments from my colleagues? Commissioner Stebbins.
Thank you, Chair. And I want to be clear. Hopefully, we all understand that an indefinite look back doesn't necessarily mean something that might be found or a record that might be discovered would automatically trigger a determination of unsuitability. It may make a negative suitability determination, but it may not, right? It's all in the context of at least being able to have a full picture of the license registrant or applicant.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. Director Potvin.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Stebbins, I reconvened a little late and I was handling something else. So my apologies for having to ask you this question. Is you are referring to what in one of those tables? What is the fence that you're referring to that you want to change from a certain time period to indefinite, or that's been proposed to indefinite?
Sure. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. So we are adding in tables B, C, and D new language that says the applicant or licensee's prior actions posed or would likely pose a risk to the public health, safety, or welfare, and the risk posed by the applicant or licensee's actions relates or would likely relate to the operation of a marijuana establishment. Currently, the time period is the preceding 5 years. I had suggested the preceding 10 years. Commissioner Roy offered a friendly amendment of indefinite. And then obviously the third column in those table lines would remain the same.
Madam Chair, may I?
Yes, Director Potvin.
Thank you. So thank you, Commissioner Stebbins, so much for giving me that clarity of where we are, and that provision of that negative suitability determination based on those prior acts has been in the commission's regulations as a matter of commission policy for a couple of years at this point. That column where you are looking at preceding 5 years or indefinite, just for clarity, says time period.
Mhm.
When you say indefinite, obviously an act has to occur for a prior act to exist. However, with that being said, if you were to adopt a policy position where it says indefinite, like most things, that policy decision will exist for the life of the registration. So if we are notified of a prior act 5 minutes after it happens, and that is qualified as indefinite look back or indefinite time frame, that will be captured. So it's not just so much a look back period. I want to provide clarity. It's not so much a look back period as in from the application. It will exist for the life of the registration. So I want to give that kind of temporal argument in a sense at 5:01 on a Friday, which I know you could all appreciate. But as far as an enforcement matter, and again, I will defer to EC Lopez, but dealing with this type of situation in a past employment where there are temporal components to restrictions and requirements and regulations and laws, in my interpretation, that if you change that from 5 years prior to an application versus indefinite, that could exist for the life of the registration.
Thank you, Director Potvin. EC Lopez.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I do want to provide some clarification on the look back periods. This is something that my team and I have studied many times, and so we have formulated a standard of reviewing this. So there is Director Potvin is correct to a point. There's a separate look back period that is called present. So that is a look back period that is referring to ongoing throughout the life of the registration. Indefinite is still meaning backwards looking. It's not time bound. You can look as far back as whenever the matter occurred, the act occurred that you are saying is subject to the suitability standard. However, if the commission were to make a determination, okay, well, this individual is no longer suitable because of this act that happened in the past, Director Potvin is correct that once that determination is made, because it's an indefinite look back period, it's not 5 years or 3 years, that person would be excluded from being an owner or an agent indefinitely.
Thank you, EC Lopez. Commissioner Stebbins.
Thank you, Enforcement Counsel. And I might be, I think I'm in agreement with you. It's an indefinite look. For me, I think of it as indefinite look back from time of application. And I'm curious about, everything else in the suitability table. You're right. There is a time period which says present. Present being I'm applying today. We don't want anybody to be untruthful in the information that they give the commission. That's the moment in time of application. But I think we overlay this all, if I'm not mistaken, with ongoing suitability and ongoing requirements upon an agent to provide us with anything that might change their suitability, if I'm not mistaken.
EC Lopez.
I'm not sure if there was a question in there, Commissioner Stebbins,
Okay.
but you are correct that agents and owners do have a responsibility to remain suitable at all times.
Thank you, EC Lopez. Okay, Commissioner Stebbins. I feel like we've exhausted this conversation to a point where I think we all are understand, unless, someone raises their hand, I can ask for additional comment. But at this point, Commissioner Stebbins, I would ask if you still would like to make the motion, if you can provide your motion with the amendment, please.
Sure. Madam Chair, I'd move that the commission adopt for suitability tables B, C, and D, where it says time period, to replace time period with preceding 5 years and incorporate indefinite
Thank you,
into that
Commissioner
time
Stebbins.
period. And this is the only place where it says preceding 5 years. So this is, hopefully that's clear for Manager Erickson as she's keeping track of all these changes.
Thank you, Commissioner Simmons. I will second your motion. We have a motion on the floor that has been seconded. I will now do a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo,
No.
Commissioner Roy,
Yes, aye, sorry, aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Yes.
The chair votes aye. We have 3 in favor, 1 opposed. The motion carries. Enforcement Counsel Lopez.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I just wanted to call your attention to a different provision of the regulations that will need to be amended now that the motion has carried.
Okay.
So if you go to 508, and this is really speaking to Ms. Erickson, but in 500 subsection 8, it may not be in the hard copy binder,
Okay.
but it does speak to the standard of review for the suitability review committee when making a negative suitability determination, which is the standard that applies for the public health, safety, and welfare suitability standard that the board just voted on. And 8A says, on the receipt of the staff's negative suitability recommendation, that there is credible and reliable information in the 5 years immediately preceding the application, and then it goes on from there. So I would advise that the commission strike that language, the clause in the 5 years immediately preceding the application, consistent with the motion that just passed.
And Rebecca E.C. Lopez, would you mind stating the language as it would read with your proposed amendment?
The committee may make a negative suitability determination in the following circumstances. A, on the receipt of the staff's negative suitability determination and that there is credible and reliable information that, (1), do you want me to keep reading?
Nope, that's I believe that's fine. I'm looking at my fellow commissioners if that's okay with if they I will see if there is consensus amongst the commissioners. Okay, I see a head nod. Commissioner Roy, do we have a head nod? Commissioner Stebbins, are you okay with that edit as well? And I'm okay with that edit. So there's consensus to amend that language to what E.C. Lopez has provided. Okay. Are there any additional comments, proposed amendments to this section? Commissioner Roy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, and thank you, everyone. This has been an incredible process. My question is, I know we're going to vote on the document as a whole, but I was wondering if we could also vote on each section individually and then vote on the document as a whole. So HCA's, municipal equity, and suitability, if we could have vote on each section individually, then vote on the document as a whole.
All right, so, Manager Erickson.
Yes, thank you. I have a question for Councilor Lopez. So I just finished updating the tables B, C, and D with that language for the additional area of 8A on receipt of the staff's negative suitability recommendation. What was the edit for that section?
E.C. Lopez.
So 8A would read, on the receipt of the staff's negative suitability recommendation, that there is credible and reliable information that, (), and then you would strike the clause in the 5 years immediately preceding the application.
Okay, great. Got it. Thank you.
Thank you, Manager Erickson. And Commissioner Roy, to your question, I believe I laid out the through the plan for how we would go about our voting, go throughout the sections, and I will continue with that original plan to get to the end of our entire regulation. So at this point, let me take a step back. Do you have any additional amendments or proposed language to this section?
I do not. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Stebbins and Commissioner Camargo, are there any additional proposed edits? No? Okay, because I'm getting ahead of myself now. Acting General Counsel Carter, are there any remaining sections to our proposed regulations that we need to review at this point?
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, so well done. The only thing left outstanding is if the board is interested, I can do a very high level review of the filing process, just for everyone's education and review, and we can take a vote after that if the board desires.
That is amazing. Thank you, Acting General Counsel Carter. Thank you for all of your work, for everyone's work on this and getting us to this point. And I'm happy that Manager Erickson will be able to finish before her hard stop at 6 o'clock. So what I would, the process that I outlined before remains. So we will go through the entire document just to make sure that all of the amendments, edits are aligned. And then we will vote on the entire package. So at this point, Acting General Counsel Carter, please proceed in sort of giving us the directions about the next steps in our process for the regulatory process, please.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Madam Chair. So the next step in our process will be to bring conformity between 500 and 501. So that is the adult use of marijuana and the medical use of marijuana. We want to make sure that where appropriate, the sections mirror each other to ensure consistency between marijuana establishments and medical marijuana treatment centers. Next, the legal team, in consultation with other staff, will review the changes made and to ensure consistency with all commission deliberations, discussions, and votes. We will check citations. We will make sure that any movement of sections and any references to citations are correct. We will do spacing, make sure that it is all within the proper format of a regulation to be properly filed with the Secretary's office. And we will also include our filing forms. So there are a few different filing forms. One is a small business impact statement. Historically, staff have completed that, but if the body is interested in reviewing that, that's certainly something we could do. There's also sort of, it's not a cover letter per se, but there is an electronic filing form that the Secretary's office requires as well, which speaks to the changes that are being proposed. So historically, staff have handled that as well. And then ultimately, we will be filing a clean version and a red line version with the Secretary of the Commonwealth's office, who then there's a bit of a timing component, so we file with them, and then it is published in the next register. So that is when it will go into effect, when it is published. And we, as we all know, we are obligated to get that done before November 9th. Or on November 9th, but we will be doing it before. So those will be the sort of back end steps that the legal department, in consultation with our executive director, if appropriate, enforcement if appropriate, other staff if appropriate, we will make sure that this document reflects the very robust discussions we've had these last 5 days.
Thank you, Acting General Counsel Carter. So at this time, I guess I will ask you, Acting General Counsel Carter, if we can do one final review of our regulations before I ask for a motion.
Yes, absolutely. Should we start at the top?
Start at the top, yes.
All right, so we will start with 500.002 definitions.
Okay, you can continue and I will stop you if there's a question. So just keep on reading. And if there's a question about one of our the language, then I'll flag it and stop you.
Understood. So next is I'll just not say 500, .032 revocation of a marijuana establishment agent registration card. .050 marijuana establishments. Moving down. So 500 .010, I believe. No. One second. 101, yes. Moving on to 500.102, 500.103, 500.105, 500.170 municipal requirements, 500.180 host community agreement requirements for licensed applicants, marijuana establishments, and host communities. Um, 500.181 minimal acceptable equity standards governing municipalities and host communities. 500.300 complaints process. 5.301 .310. We also discussed conformity between 310 and 320, which will be included. .360, 500.500. And finally, 500.802. And sorry, that was not very smooth. So, Madam Chair, if I may, if the commissioners are ready to vote, I believe I did provide motion language. It would be my suggestion that 3 motions may be appropriate to adequately cover all of the actions necessary to promulgate these regulations.
Thank you, Acting General Counsel Carter. Okay. Commissioner Stebbins. I have a motion. We have a motion to approve 935 CMR 500.000 of final regulations and changes made as a result of commission deliberations, and for the regulations to be finalized and filed with the Secretary of State's Regulations and Publication Division.
So moved.
Commissioner Camargo, can I have a second?
Second.
Now I'll do a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo,
Aye.
Commissioner Roy,
No.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
The chair votes aye. We have 3 in favor, 1 opposed. The motion carries. Commissioner Camargo, Now I have a motion to make corresponding edits from 935 CMR 500.000 into 935 CMR 501.000 and approve 935 CMR 501.000 of final regulations and changes made as a result of commission deliberations, and for the regulations to be finalized and filed with the Secretary of State's Regulations and Publication Division.
So moved.
Commissioner Stebbins, can I have a second, please?
Second.
We'll now do a call of the roll. Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
No.
Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
The chair votes aye. We have 3 in favor, 1 opposed. The motion carries. Finally, Commissioner Stebbins, I have a motion to authorize commission staff to finalize the final regulations 935 CMR 500 and 501.000 and make any edits consistent with commission deliberations and votes, the commission's governing laws, and the regulation division's requirements, and to take any additional steps necessary to file the final regulations with the Secretary of State's Regulations and Publication Division.
So moved.
Commissioner Camargo, can I have a second?
Second.
So the motion's been moved and seconded. Commissioner Roy,
Could you just repeat that, Madam Chair, please? I'm sorry.
the entire motion?
Yes, please.
So move a motion to authorize commission staff to finalize the final regulations 935 CMR 500 and 501.000 and make any edits consistent with commission deliberations and votes, the commission's governing laws, and the regulation division's requirements, and to take any additional steps necessary to file the final regulations with the Secretary of State's Regulations and Publication Division.
Thank you.
We will now do a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo,
Aye.
Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
The chair votes aye. We have 4 in favor, none opposed. The motion carries. Acting General Counsel Carter, are there any additional steps we have to make at this point?
No, Madam Chair.
Okay. Before I do a dance and song, I see Director Potvin. Director Potvin, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, commissioners. Thank you for accomplishing a Herculean goal, and has been a long week. But the reason why I asked for permission to give some closing remarks here is because I would be remiss at this point to not acknowledge the people in the room, not only the commissioners, but E.C. Lopez, Acting General Counsel Cotter, E.C. Lopez's team that has provided valuable insight, all the implementation that needs to happen from all the teams that needs to happen later on after this happens. But in one particular situation, Mercedes Erickson, who has shepherded us through this process, dedicated, determined, efficient, and just relentless in her approach to making sure that we come in, we ensure compliance with our statutory mandate to have these regulations promulgated by November 9th. It's not only on her, but I would be remiss in not being able to identify the person behind the screen who has done unquestionably the most work to make sure that we do what we need to do. So I would want to make sure that she's identified.
Thank you, Director Potvin. Thank you. And thank you, Manager Erickson, for managing a really, really intensive process. Before I make closing comments, I will offer, if E.C. Lopez, Acting General Counsel Carter, or Manager Erickson, if you wish to provide any comments, I want to open the floor for you as well. Acting General Counsel Carter.
I just want to say thank you. all of the commissioners for their incredible policy making. This is the reason I came to work here at the CCC for this week, and to change the marijuana laws and effectuate positive change. So I just want to say thank you, and to the team, to Rebecca, to Kyle, to Mercedes, but then also our production team as well, Megan, Grace, Kate Flanagan, and I'm sorry if I'm forgetting anyone, Betsy, but just thank you, thank you, thank you.
Megan.
Megan, of course.
EC Lopez, Manager Erickson, if you wish to provide comment. I don't want to add any pressure, but if Enforcement Counsel Lopez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will keep this very brief, but thank you very much to every last person at the agency who has dedicated time and effort into this incredibly important obligation that we have as an agency to really, have deliberate, well-reasoned policy discussions, analysis, study, to do what the legislature has expected of us, and to take into consideration all of the valuable input received from the stakeholders. So I'm very privileged to have worked on this with all of you, but I sincerely appreciate every last person at the commission who worked on this. So thank you.
Thank you, Enforcement Counsel Lopez. Manager Mercedes Erickson, if you wish to provide a comment, please do.
Yes. Yes, thank you. Of course. Yes, this has been a remarkable journey. I think the staff here, the behind the scenes staff, the hundreds that are behind here of, everyone works incredibly hard and, is dedicated beyond belief. So it's been wonderful. This is the first half of it. Now I get to join the staff back again and work on implementation. So it's been a great journey, and, it's happy that we got to this point at a Friday afternoon. So good timing.
Thank you, Manager Erickson. Okay, so now I'll turn things over. My fellow commissioners wish to make comments. I'll do the reverse of what we usually do at the beginning of our meetings. So I will ask Commissioner Camargo if you have any comments that you wish to provide at this point.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll try to be brief because I know folks are tired, but ditto to what Kyle said, Rebecca, Andrew, Mercedes. If I start mentioning names, I'll get in trouble. I just want to thank everyone at the CCC. In speaking to folks who work here, the reason that they applied and come to work at the commission and work over 40 hours is because the mission of the Cannabis Control Commission. I just want to thank you all. I don't know who is taking minutes today, how minutes are being, I have no clue, but I just want to say good luck to that person and thank you to whoever's doing minutes. Commissioner Roy, I know you are our secretary and you're going to review the minutes from this whole week. So, I'm gonna send you positive vibes when it's time to manage those minutes. I want to thank the public. The engagement, the public engagement has been amazing. It's obviously the first time that we do this as sitting commissioners, but I just want to thank every single person. And you may think that we have not read stuff, whether it came in 6 weeks ago or 2 hours ago. We're reading, we're looking up stuff, we're talking to each other, right? Like this came in, that came in. So I just want to thank the public. It's, this is key when it comes to public engagement and public comments. So to everyone who was participating in that process, to the legislature and our elected officials who have weighed in, who have put these policies in place and these laws in place for us to interpret and for us to create policy. So I want to thank the State House and everyone up there, including the staff who work for our legislators, because they do so much work to make sure that our elected officials got their stuff together. And last, I just want to thank you all commissioners, Commissioner Concepcion, Commissioner Stebbins, Commissioner Roy. Thank you for the back and forth. I know that at times this stuff is, is deep. But it's important, and we're here for a reason as public servants. We can probably be anywhere working right now, but we choose to be here. So I just want to say thank you, and everyone have a great weekend. I'm going to get some rest, and then of course I'm going to start working on the next policy and regulatory items that I would like to bring forward. So I'm excited for the next regulatory round. I know folks need a little bit of a break, but I'm ready for it. Thank you. And Commissioner Concepcion, thank you for managing us through this process. I know, and I know it was a little bit of back and forth, but I think it goes without saying you did an amazing job, and thank you for your leadership as the chair throughout this process. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Camargo. Commissioner Roy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'll try to keep my comments brief too, because we're all tired and it is 5:30 p.m. on a Friday after a long, long week. But there are so many heroes in this process, honestly, from our working groups way back many months ago, where we started with them and the staff behind the scenes. And I don't want to mention names because I am afraid I am going to forget someone, and for all the counsel provided by our attorneys throughout this process, EC Lopez, Director Potvin, Acting GC Carter, Acting DGC Baker, and of course Mercedes gets the a special recognition for keeping us all on track, keeping the trains running on time, keeping us on track and on point. And I want to thank her so much, and I want to thank my fellow commissioners for the debate and the deliberative process, which is such an important part of this. And that's it. So thank you so much, and thank you, Madam Chair, for managing us through this process. Have a wonderful weekend, everyone. Hope you get rest.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. Commissioner Stebbins?
Thank you, Chair. I'll try to, this is kind of like the Oscars, like some point music starts playing and you got to wrap everything up. I do just add my sincerest thanks to our entire team, and you know who you are, and you know this also includes the folks that in our commission and on our team who are still out doing the regulatory work every day. We may not have seen them or had a chance to interact with them during this week, but we know they're out there doing investigations, processing license applications, helping patients. So again, we greatly appreciate all of their work. Thanks to the media team who counseled us, made sure we were on the right page, made sure the right changes were being made, in some cases kept us nourished and full of coffee so we could finish our meetings. Greatly appreciate those. You know, it occurred to me, you know, for somebody I've been through this a number of times, but this is an interesting process. And I've had people ask me, it's like, well, you already read the regs, right? You saw the regs before they went out the door. And I think what we experienced this week, what we saw this week, to Commissioner Camargo's points, yes, they come back, but they come back with the comments and the input of business owners, lawmakers, officials, common citizens. And that's why I think you saw as we went through these last 5 days that we have questions about the work that we've already read, because we're trying to incorporate those comments. We're trying to ask questions about those issues that have been raised. We're also trying to see, somebody may say, well, how is this going to be put into practice? And we want to have all those questions, and we want to have those conversations with the team so that at the end of the day, we've gotten it right. To my 4 colleagues, I thank you for your great work over this past week, and obviously all of the great work, as Commissioner Roy said, that was done with the working groups. Appreciate all 3 of you for the experience, the different experiences you bring to this entire conversation, the different thoughts you have, the different comments and changes that you make so that this is buttoned up and that this is done right. So I appreciate the 4 of you or 3 of you for your unbelievable work this week, and happy to be part of incredibly happy and honored to be part of this team. There's more work ahead for us. We're going to hate to have every staff member's head explode on a Friday, but we know that there's more regulatory work ahead that we need to undertake to make sure that this industry stays strong, stays resilient, but is compliant, so that this new $5 billion industry in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts is well regulated, but successful as well. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. I will attempt to be brief. I'll try to be as brief as possible, but I guess thank you. Thank you to our team here. Thank you to my fellow commissioners. Thank you for everyone who is engaged with us, and thank you to the legislature. Thank you for the members of the House and the Senate for listening to everyone involved in this industry and creating a new law that I think we are all really hopeful will bring forward some much needed changes. So I'm not going to go long at all. This is a benefit of going last. I can say ditto. Everyone get some rest. It's been an honor to really work with so many people within the Cannabis Control Commission, because my respect and admiration for the team we have here is through the roof. And I am really happy that throughout this entire week, members of the public have been able to just see a piece of the knowledge that our team brings. So I want to thank everyone involved, and I will now ask for a motion to adjourn. Our next meeting is October 12th, then we have November 9th, December 14th. Commissioner Camargo, I see you've unmuted yourself for a moment. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
I'm ready. So moved.
Is there a second, Commissioner Roy?
Second.
Now to a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Good night, everyone. We are adjourned.
Aye.
I'll see you guys
Thank you.
soon enough. All right. Have a good one.
Have a great weekend. Thank you all.